a stellar caster name, Omaha for rolls. Laszlo, one of the most exciting, wild, amazing guy and amazing talent. Just lots to look forward to on this final table.
Absolutely,
Sam,
with $1 million up top.
Is Laszlo actually a better Omaha player? Because that would be pretty incredible considering how well he does in No Limit Hold'em.
Yes. I mean, put it this way. I'm pretty sure he plays for... I mean, he occasionally plays for $1 million like today in tournament poker. He regularly plays for $1 million when it comes to Omaha. I'm pretty sure. That's what I understand anyway. Dingebrinker, who obviously folded the sevens there, now with the ace-king. Very nice spot. Maybe a lot of money out there, we noticed. 1.9 million if you can pick it up, perhaps with a shove. You know, if obviously you've got to worry about the chip leader a little bit. There'll be some pairs, but just powerful cards to put to work on a final table. You know, and it's funny, I didn't know what was coming, but Laszlo, with the ace-9 off open, you know, just setting out his stall. Obviously, we know how these final tables work. So regular viewers, that ace blocker, you know, a lot of the action is built around having an ace in your hand at the final. But, you know, it's what we're going to see from Laszlo. He'll be looking for the win.
Are we going to have ace-9 versus ace-king again? And Dingebrinker with the same cards?
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want to happen at a final table. You don't want to be getting as much your ace-6, well, maybe ace-6 suited is right, but your king jacks and king queens. Just nice, powerful ace-king off. As you said, James, I don't think we know Dingebrinker in real life. I don't believe that I know them either, but certainly a regular, someone that, you know, particularly through those months of lockdown, we saw many finals. But for everyone here today, even as accomplished as, you know, players like, you know, Felipe and Hello Totti are, this is a huge final for everyone. Huge final.
So basically, all we know about Dingebrinker, as well as being an accomplished online reg, is that they play from Estonia. Very little background information on Dingebrinker. I've just seen them in action so many times, though.
Yes.
Do you think there's a chance you know Dingebrinker in real life and you just haven't made the connection?
Yeah, I don't know. I normally, you know, it comes up in conversation at some point, and I don't. There's no immediate Estonian reg that comes to mind who I can put the 2 and 2 together. So I'm not certain. You never know though. Could be someone that finishes who's relocated or such like. You obviously we when we're telling the audience here, we're saying this is where their account's registered. This is where they live and play. Doesn't necessarily mean that he or she is Estonian. Welcome Inferno here with the King 9 against threes. Well, he or she bust me from one of my bullets in this tournament. Aces against my 10s and kings. We all three flopped a set.
We can say with 100% certainty that Welcome Inferno is a he, because Welcome Inferno came on the podcast last year after winning this very tournament. Didn't want their real identity to be disclosed, so it was an audio-only interview, but definitely male.
Did he use a voice altering? Was it like, I am Welcome Inferno? Actually, I should stop with the cracks a minute, because this is a big flop for Paulinho. Obviously, a board that's very sort of a little bit better for Welcome Inferno, and a set of threes, very disguised, and elects to fast play. Little unusual to face a raise on the ace-7-3. Your opponent, you know, in general doesn't have sevens and aces. Hoping Welcome Inferno has a piece, but picks up the pot.
Does not. Oh!
And hit. Oh my goodness.
Any extras with aces?
Any extras about?
Dingebrinker with queens.
Yeah, a lot of hands here. Ace-jack off, pocket nines. We'll have to see. But this, I mean, Hello Totti, this is a hand that you can elect to 3-bet. Some people play it as a flat. The ace-jack off, you do sort of want to V-pip it in some manner, you would imagine. Particularly, we know how Hello Totti approaches these finals. Very, very aggressive. And potential carnage here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, boy.
Oh, wow. Hello Totti making it 1.65, and now Dingebrinker.
34 big blinds, pocket queens. how do we want to proceed? Lot of action here for the queens, but still a strong holding. Obviously, we can exactly see the sort of hand Hello Totty is 3-betting. Still are comfortably ahead of Hello Totty's range, we would imagine. And it's probably a decision between shove or a small 4-bet, probably not wanting to play flats. Does go for the cold 4-bet. And what a dream scenario. I mean, you can see, by the way, there's 9s and 2s behind, by the way. Actually, 4 pocket pairs dealt out here on a table of 9. 9s into the muck. Danny C. I'm up for rolls. And any extras, I mean, there is some extra out there. 5.7 million in the middle. Huge, huge spot for my favorite bodybuilder / influencer. And yeah, just an amazing spot to rip it in here, you would imagine. And it's going to be a big spot, whatever happens.
I think we can say with some certainty, Sam, that Hello Totty is folding once this shove comes in from
Yes.
any extras. But
Yes.
Dingebrinker, however, probably calling.
There's just a lot of money out there, and you just have to factor in Hello Totty with a bit of Hollywood. We're broadcasting this, Hello Totty. No one, people are going to know what you're up to. There's no point, you know. And Dingebrinker kind of hating it now, by the way. A table like final table like this, there is the possibility people fold Ace King to this action, and getting some roses thrown at them. Obviously, 5 million to win 12. Is there an Ace 5 suited in there? Is there, those 16 combos of Ace King? The thing is because it's not a 3-bet, it's a cold 4-bet. Your hand obviously looks very, very strong. Does call.
There's the call.
Big pot.
Oh, queen on the flop.
Oh,
and that is going to do it for any extras. Aces cracked by queens. Dingebrinker up to nearly 20 million chips, and any extras, the first player out, to be fair, did come into this final table as the shortest stack, but cashes out in 9th place for just over $100,000.
Oof.
And yes, I think it is now out in the public domain, Sam. We've been reticent to confirm it because it hadn't been said publicly, but Pads has just posted that, yes, he has been grinding in Canada with Landon Tice. And it was Landon Tice playing as any extras who just busted this event in 9th place.
I mean,
I always thought it was TJ.
Obviously, now Landon's had a beat like that. You will be hearing about it all summer if you sit at the table with him. So there's no point us keeping it. He personally will have dinner with over 30% of the attendees of the World Series this summer. So, it's out in the public domain. GG to Landon, by the way. I presume with that screen name, it's a kind of new. I don't know how much he plays on PokerStars, or whether sort of a journey out of Vegas to Canada is a common thing for him. Very impressive to go so deep, and obviously a huge amount of equity in that pot. As 3-way, Danny with the gut shot and overcard, and a set for Welcome Inferno, who, obviously checking back in position isn't very often going to have a hand of this strength. Omaha for rolls also open-ended, of course.
Yeah.
So a lot going on. You can see how this C-bet from Danny, obviously it's a particular, kind of predicted that someone could have turned the set. Maybe a little bit having clubs, not, you're going to run into spades a little bit, some ace queens and king queens. It's a little bit of an ambitious stab here, 3-way, when the money's worth. So it helps that covers, and a fast play from Welcome Inferno. Of course, worried about all those multiple draws. There can be some queen 10s of spades, 9-10s, pair plus straight draws to get value from. Danny C not going to be able to continue with the bare gut shot.
Just very quickly, Sam, on the subject of Landon, the Any Extras account was actually created at the start of this month specifically for Scoop.
Sure. Yeah, makes sense. Obviously, I saw it. I was like, sick. Like, quite funny screen name.
So,
Yeah.
Welcome Inferno chipping up over 10 million. Average stack, by the way, with 8 players remaining now is 18 million, and the blinds have just gone up to 175,000, 350,000. We return to reality in 27 minutes when they go to 200, 400.
Yeah, and of course, while very unfortunate for Landon, Dinge Brinker, huge pot, would have left him as the extreme short stack. 20 million chips right in the mix. Obviously, there is that decent gap to Debza, but, amongst the big stacks. And it's actually Hello Totty who is shortest, who, 3-bet those blockers into disaster.
Okay, well, a pair of 8s here for the chip leader, facing a bet of 350,000 from Laszlo Butash.
Hasn't Laszlo... No, we saw him win the 20... What was the one where he beat Wizzo heads up? It was a... Has he finaled the Scoop or WCOOP main before? I don't think he has.
That sounds right. It sounds right that he's
But
definitely been at the final table.
That was like a
at one of them.
10K. That was a 10K,
Yes.
but maybe it wasn't the main. But I feel like I have commentated on him many times, actually.
And again...
That's why it's hard to remember. It could be any of those things.
Has 4 Scoop titles to his name, 2 of them coming from 2021.
Legends. Big legend, by the way. Just... It's super funny when you play with him as well. Because obviously a lot of guys that play high stakes are very studied and slow and can be a bit annoying or whatever. And he plays every hand and bets every street, it seems, but he does it so fast. Very entertaining, action-packed style that he has, Laszlo. Really, really enjoyable company at the table, and yeah, just someone I really admire in his sort of all guns blazing approach to poker.
So Alex asks on Twitch, what are the final table nationalities? I don't know any of these usernames. I'm surprised, because as we've established, we've got at least 2, if not 3, bona fide online legends in Omaha for rolls, Dinge Brinker and Hello Totty. Hello Totty plays from Mexico. Welcome Inferno is based in Austria. We've got 3 Brazilians at this table, Paulinho, Lipe Piv, and Danny C, 1994. 1893. Dinge Brinker plays from Estonia. Omaha for rolls is Hungarian. Davesa plays from Lithuania. Yeah,
and there's some stuff in the mix that Hello Totty traditionally was playing out of Russia, and you would imagine circumstances there forced him to leave. Danny, especially with the polarized poker, I think might be Portuguese.
Yes,
indeed.
and we know that there are many Portuguese players who play from Brazil now, but ultimately, how it works in an online series, it's where your account is registered that matters. So if we're kind of talking about where people are from or where they're playing from or what country wins the title, as we keep saying, the UK is very lucky to be represented by great players like Adrian Mateus and Shao Vieira.
Yes, love that. Honorary Londoners. And, and another potential collision here. Dave's are obviously incentivized to open a lot and a very strong holding with the King 10. And Felipe with the Ace Queen, going to be way, way ahead of the button opening range. Going to want to boost it up here. Very, very likely. Oh, elects to flat. Not wanting to play a big pot. And Hello Totty with King Queen suited. Powerful, powerful hand. How does this online legend want to proceed? Yes.
There is the all-in.
Understandable. And this is the advantage of the flat call, in that you're able to have a disguised strong hand.
Flush over on the turn. Hello Totty drawing dead with 1 card to come. GG, says Davesa, as Hello Totty is eliminated in 8th place, cashing for $127,729. Down to 7 already after 20 minutes of play. They're also down to 7 in the low. They're down to 6 in the medium. So early action at all 3 final tables this evening.
Yeah, there's just going to be collisions. I mean, GG to a legend. Obviously, the guys at the table will be very pleased to see a very accomplished player bust. Omar Varol's considering a bluff 3-bet here with the suited ace. The other thing to just point out there you know, I mean, we'll let this hand play out first. Welcome Inferno. See, one of the advantages to 3-betting here, as opposed to flatting, potentially, obviously not seeing a fold yet, but forcing out a dominating ace in the big blind. And obviously Paulinho with a very strong holding, but shrivels somewhat against the 3-bet. It's not an exciting situation to rip it in, not that great to be calling, and for that reason just actually decides to let it go. And you know, again, Laszlo with his foot pedal to the metal. The thing I was going to say there to you guys and to the viewers is, you see the subtleties, you know, in the art of sort of final table poker from a very strong pro like Felipe there. Flatting the ace-queen, where I perhaps might have thought about 3-betting, or that would be the decision a lot of us would take. So he opts to play sort of low variance against the chip leader who's covering, right? Is going to keep in dominated hands, play a single raise pot. But then against the stack where he really wants to play for all the money, he allows them to make a shove behind. Now, that shove may have happened anyway, even if you 3-bet, but, you know, just you sort of allowing the situation you want to play, the person you want to, the range you want to be up against, which is the wider big blind shoving range, where you do really, really well. And it's just very, very impressive to see from Felipe, who we know is a top player.
So the gut shot straight draw for Felipe Boyanovsky, who, by the way, still has the best hand right now with Queen High. 7-6-1 is the bet. Dingebrinker folds the 8-7 on to the next hand. So the two shortest stacks right now are the reigning champ and Paulinho, both with just shy of 10 million chips, but Paulinho is going to pick up a little bit here with aces.
Wow, sorry, Dingebrinker's the reigning champion?
No, Welcome Inferno is the reigning champion.
Welcome Inferno is the reigning champion? Wow.
Yes, Welcome Inferno won this tournament in 2022.
What a legend. I don't know how that's passed me by. That's absolutely amazing.
I mean, I
There's
have
a lot
mentioned
going
it
on
multiple times, but...
yeah, that's just incredible. Wow.
He was too busy anti-railing Landon, so he didn't miss out on his too much of a piece to hear anything in the first 5 minutes. It was just white noise.
Swap to the top. Done it before. Best way to make money in poker for sure. Yeah, and Dave's obviously will be getting this information, seeing that he's been 3-bet by, you know, shoved on by ace-king twice basically, and 3-bet now by aces. Can get a bit irritating when you're opening a lot as a chip leader and people seem to be coming after you. Everyone playing reasonably in line so far.
We don't see a ton of out-of-line play these days at Final Table. ICM is really the meta of the day. There's not a lot of people going for it at any of the Final Tables we've covered recently. When someone does, it's very obvious.
Yeah, I mean, this is big money. Big money, you know, not... I would normally say something like, you're only here once a career or whatever, but Welcome Inferno is putting that narrative, you know, putting the kibosh on that narrative, unfortunately. You're only here once every year or whatever, but, you know, it's just a very big deal, and you know, these guys are aware of how much money their stacks are worth and how careful you have to be with it.
As we said
Having had those two bust outs, these guys are quite deep now, of course, as well. I mean, Lippy Piv, Danny, and the big blind here, 24 million at 350k big blind. I mean, we're going to see some poker.
Well, it looks like the first session is at an end. A 5-minute break for the players, and Sam will also take a short break as Joe and I check in with our scoop correspondent. This is going to be our penultimate update, guys. We will have a full summary of the 2023 Spring Championship of Online Poker on this week's podcast. We're recording that tomorrow, and it's out on Friday. But right now, we're looking at the key numbers and headline stories on the final day of the series. with this handsome fella. He's got the looks, he's got the brains, he's Howard Swains. So Howard, the 10K Hold'em main event is still running. Obviously, that's why we're here this evening. But the 10K PLO main event concluded last night. So what happened?
Yes, it did. That one got 77 entries and ended with a second scoop title for Richard Gryko, known as Raconteur online. Gryko's been pretty well known in the UK poker scene all the way from the beginning of the boom years. He's a PLO expert. His other scoop title came in PLO in 2017. This one was a bit bigger, though. It came with a prize of 216k. So, yeah, Raconteur from the UK won the PLO.
That wasn't, of course, the only big buy-in event final table last night. We were covering the Super High Roller. Bruno Volkmann won that. Did I see he was also at the final table of a low tournament?
You did, yes. It was the low edition of the same event as well, Scoop 113, and Volkmann won it as well. So although it was the low, it was $215 buy-in, and he won 66k. So he beat more than 2,200 players for that. Pretty amazing to win the high and the low of the same event on the same night. So brilliant stuff by the Brazilian. I also want to highlight another Brazilian's performances last night, GH Castillo 18. So this player won the 5:30 heads-up Zoom last night for 25k, and it came 2 nights after she also won the $5.50 buy-in women's event. So GH Castillo became a double champion for this year and now has 5 career scoops. She also won 2 last year. And by my reckoning, that she is probably the most decorated woman who plays scoop. So all of the other players we know that have 5 scoop titles or above are men. So that's a pretty amazing achievement too. 2 more double champions crowned last night, Sweden's I Am Ivar and Audrius Stakelis from Lithuania. They both won their second of the year as well.
Okay, so Howard, I don't know if you know this about me or not, but I'm known as the human calculator, and I have been crunching. I'm a numbers guy. I can't turn it off. I've been crunching the numbers, and by my calculations, that's at least 3 more titles for Brazil.
Yeah, at least 3 more. Actually, 8 more. So they won. So 2 more for Volkmann, and then for another 6.
Must have forgot to carry
they have
the
now
one.
have 85 wins. Coincidentally, there are 15 tournaments left in this series. So if they win them all, they would make 100. The UK is still behind on the leaderboard in second place with 30. So just the 55 tournaments behind Brazil.
What else went down yesterday in non-Brazil news? Unless, of course, there isn't any non-Brazil news.
A couple of quick things. Cintoras, Spraggy's nemesis, won a second scoop of their career. That was in the 2K Hold'em for 76k. And I just want to mention that the phase events finished last night as well. The $2 version of that had 65,731 entries through its multiple phases. That is the biggest of the series.
Well, if you're talking numbers, Howard, you may as well give us the not quite final series stats.
Yeah, not quite final. 348 tournaments completed, as I said, 15 still to go. 1.2 million entries, $77.8 million in prize money. The series guarantees have been smashed there, and first place prizes are now at $12.3 million.
Finally, Howard, real quick, player of this series, call it right now.
Can't call it just yet. Foul First is still in a very strong position, picked up some points in a PLO final, but it's going to go right to the wire. This time tomorrow, we will have it all wrapped up, though.
We'll speak to you then. But for now, Howard, thank you very much.
Cheers. Good night.
And you'll be able to hear that conversation with Howard on the latest episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast, which will be released on Friday. Of course, whoever wins Player of the Series will be inducted into the Scoop Hall of Fame, along with the winner of the tournament we're covering this evening, the 10K buy-in main event. Time for Joe to take his first break of the evening and get some sausage inside him. He is addicted to the hot dogs they serve at the PokerStars Arena. Myself and Mr. Samuel Grafton will continue to guide you through this final table. Aces again for Paulinho. It's unfair.
Yeah, nice spot to find yourself in. Actually, I thought I was having so much fun there. Obviously, I've been playing Scoop the last few days, so I'm taking the 5-minute break on the hour. I thought we'd done 55 minutes of broadcast, and I was like, well, that's actually flown by. I was like, I'm loving the poker. That was just went so quickly. It feels like hardly anything.
Welcome to the world of 30-minute delays.
Aha.
Because otherwise, there'd be people asking on Twitch and YouTube, why don't the players just watch the stream?
Sure.
Which
The
no one
classic.
ever asks, of course, because they've worked out that there is a delay.
Yeah, and a little frustrating. Wow, I was about to say. So Felipe, as a covering stack, able to play more hands because you sort of realize your equity more. Paulinho has to play a little bit more cautiously against the covering stack. Sizes on some boards go down. Going for half pot here. Obviously, ace is a hand that wants to put in some money now before straightening cards and such like develop. And Felipe going to continue with the second pair.
And assuming that Paulinho fires a second barrel here, I'm guessing that Felipe might
It's
decide
just a very good...
an 8 isn't strong enough.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
checks it back.
you see, this is what I was talking about. Because of being covered, I perhaps feeling he doesn't want to play for all the cheddar with just one pair. Checks back. And now it might tempt Felipe to put out a blocking bet, to attempt to get called by, I don't know, ace, king, high. And Felipe sort of rightly suspects that if Paulinho had worse, he would be betting. That quick check on the turn, maybe tipping off something about Paulinho's hand. I'm not sure. And you see, it's just very interesting the way that these guys are approaching final tables. For me, perhaps a tad overcautious on Paulinho's part. I mean, certainly what you've got to be careful of. If you're playing aces like that, now you have to rein in the bluff portion of your range in a similar situation. But we shall see how that develops. But, you know, this is just a big final, ICM in play. And that's, of course, the reason you can call with the 8-6 a bit more comfortably, because your opponent's going to just let you show down and put you in less tough spots. Really interesting hand to see.
Couple of quick things, Sam. First of all, update on the medium bind, the 1K main event final table. Vicente Delgado is the chip leader at that one. 6 players remaining. He came in to that final table as the chip leader and still has the biggest stack with 6 players remaining. But more importantly, what I wanted to ask you is we just had a kind of semi-series wrap-up from Howard Swains, his overview of Scoop 2023. Sure. From your personal perspective, how has the series been?
Yeah, it's been good. I played the weekends and the odd weekday. I got a second and a third, and a fourth. So I was really pleased.
Nice.
I was a little, of course, you know, being such a big PokerStar ambassador of PokerStars, a fan of PokerStars. I would love to have that second. Just, I felt like almost when I was playing the heads up, it meant more than the money. I would really have loved the third and the fourth. I wasn't really in the mix to win it, but when I got heads up, I really thought I can cross the line here. I really felt good. I was at a chip deficit. I got closer to even, and then it just slipped through my fingers. So it would have been lovely to pick up a title, but I mean I cashed for a lot of money basically. Lost a bit back over the Sunday and Monday, but yeah, it was a good series for me.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you think of the number of near misses that Lex had this series, I mean, 2 second place finishes, multiple final tables, still looking to win his first Scoop trophy. So, yeah, great results, decent cashes, but just so close and denied that victory.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, it was all good though. I mean, I went into the final. Well, you know, you always have to have things in perspective. The final where I was disappointed to get second, I started the day to 23 of 26, and then I came into the final 5 of 9. It was just I got, you know, obviously you're a poker player, you get greedy. Dinchbringer being quite controlled here, raised it up with the king, just trying to get the fold. And Welcome Inferno, having a little bit of connectivity with the 6-7, made it, I guess, what would be a close defend, but a reasonable defend. Here now, with third pair and a low flush draw, might want to protect the hand, might want to just check back. Recognises that first 2 checks, the 6 is going to be good a decent amount of time. Obviously, we can see King 7, 4% equity, but there are hands that are more live than that. And the reigning champ, I'm going to just plug that every minute, the reigning champ I mean,
Yeah.
it's amazing because obviously Tankanza did something similar. I'm not sure whether Scoop or W Cube. I think
It was Scoop.
right?
It was the Scoop main event,
Yeah.
the high buy-in
It's
version.
just-
2018 and 2019, Gianluca Speranza back-to-back wins.
They're just remarkable occurrences in this game. Obviously, amazing achievement. That one that you would imagine no one would get a shot at imitating, but here we are.
Yeah. Obviously, as things stand, Welcome Inferno is the shortest stack of the 7 remaining players. Start of day chip leader Daviser still number 1 on the leaderboard, but just shy of 30 million. But
Yeah, and
Felipe
as I
Wojnowski
was-
not that far behind now.
Yeah, and as I was alluding to, sort of these 3-4 stacks with over 50 big blinds.
Yeah.
50 big blinds is not as much sort of hand over hand where you want to get the hands in print. There's going to be a lot of raising, flatting, fighting sort of for position. The button going to be very powerful when you cover stacks. Polino limping with the king-queen suited. Danny with the offsuit Jordan in the big blind and will attack. Again, this is just a product of the fact that they're covering. And Polino with a stack where it's a bit awkward to limp re-raise or limp jam. Limp calls and we get the monotone board. Pretty interesting. In general, Polino is going to have a lot of suited hands. Going to have a lot of the flopped flushes. But Danny, obviously, with the nut low.
Deuce high flush draw and now improves to bottom pair.
Yeah. Obviously, now you're ahead of, let's say, I imagine a queen 10 with a heart. You can, you might want to pressurize a king X, a king 7 of spades, a king 8 of spades. Even a king queen of diamonds doesn't enjoy it if you fart, but checks back and very interesting river.
Oh.
Yes.
How ridiculous is this?
Polino, I'm not sure whether this is just balancing timing or thinking about blocking. It's quite an ambitious block bet, but Daniel can't quite conceive that he can be beating value. See, if you can beat value, you sort of insta-call this kind of sizing. Well, I would imagine with a heart, we just have to. He's just trying to think where are the bluffs. Yeah, he just has to pay. Just has to pay. It's, and making miracles happening with the deuce 3. With the deuce 3 offsuit. It's just the power of both position and wielding that big stack when you have your opponent somewhat handcuffed. Obviously a very nice run out, fortuitous run out.
Back in the day, Sam, if you played a hand against someone and they called you with trade deuce offsuit, you'd label them a bingo player.
Bingo player. Good call pre-flop.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Laszlo with the ace-queen in the big blind. Just under 50 big blinds deep.
And it is an ace high flop, and Dingebrinker has kicker problems.
Yeah, very, I wouldn't say it's completely disguised. I think Dingebrinker is going to be aware that Laszlo has ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10. But obviously there are all those other combinations that you're kind of comfortably ahead of.
Yeah. Answer this question from Scrimmy, watching on Twitch, Sam. No 3-bet with ace-queen in the big?
Yeah, this is just a product of the fact that you just do not want to be all in pre-flop with anything sort of worse than queens or ace-king. And even maybe sometimes not those. So you just have to play single raise pots. And now you could still get value. I mean, on check, ace queen looking very, very nutty on this river. And Omaha for rolls goes for block. Hoping, actually, and this is a very intricate spot because Dinsbrinker may consider raising the ace-9 now.
Ooh.
Is this just ace-deuce, ace-3? Is this just king-queen? Very interesting from Laszlo. And does get a value raise from a worse hand.
And makes the call and wins a decent part off Dinsbrinker to get up to over 26 million.
Yeah, and I don't know whether that's just a strategy Laszlo rolls out for everyone or if it's a case of knowing your customer. If you're going to get looked up by king 10 sometimes there and get called sometimes by pocket 9s or something, and then you're going to get raised by all the hands you would have got the value from with the big bet, then of course it makes perfect sense to put in that small bet. But you need to know you're up against someone who's capable of raising both as a bluff and also sort of perhaps raising worse for value. Really, again, Laszlo, fortuitous, but arguably just showing his understanding of how that spot's supposed to work and knowing his customer.
There we go again.
Yeah. And this is, again, there can be some randomization, but Danny going after Polino, getting a fold from ace-jack.
And that is going to see Danny C 1994-1893 take the chip lead, but it is very close at the top. Pretty much tied for first with Daviser and Omaha for rolls, Laszlo Butash and Felipe Boyanovsky, Lipe Piv, not that far behind. Those four stacks, as you've mentioned a few times, Sam, a force on this side of the table, and then the other three players all around the 10 million mark, all kind of handcuffed by ICM right now.
Yeah, and absolutely, and very nice, I think, for Felipe here to be on the left with all those big stacks acting before him, gets to see when they want to open, can flat, can 3-bet, and then when Felipe opens, he's opening into the shorter stacks that are more handcuffed. Danny, who obviously at the moment is picking up a lot of chips and sort of some momentum, if we sort of want to use that term, but a little bit more handcuffed, despite the big stack opening into these three other big stacks. And it's really interesting, the post-flop strategies we've seen. Polino, of course, getting that one street of value, getting the half pot on the flop with aces, and then just checking down, taking no risks whatsoever. And then Omaha for rolls, protecting that block sizing, knowing that mainly he's just going to have a king-queen, an ace-6 or whatever it might be, putting in a small bet and getting the raise from Dinsbrinker. By the way, Laszlo tanked on calling king 7 suited here for a long time on a pre-flop and folded. And would have flopped trips and check on the 7-7-9. A board that really favors Felipe. Dinsbrinker aware that there's just not that much 7x that they're opening. And you'd expect Felipe to bluff this board a lot or attack the turn a lot. But king-queen, which dominates exactly the sort of holding Dinsbrinker has, content to check. And yeah, I wonder if Felipe can sniff this out and maybe, having checked and been content to check down, can consider attacking now. I don't know whether king queen. We do have a diamond. It's interesting here for Felipe. Real genuine tank as to how to proceed. Does fold and get sort of bluffed off the dominating hand by Dinsbrinker.
Well, we've got Danny with ace-jack here, assuming queen 9 and queen 3 will fold. Yeah,
I mean, Inferno's just haven't... Yeah,
oh, no.
Think about it. We're reigning champion, mate. We're going to open some suited. And the reason you got to stay in line is, we can see potentially it's not going to work out. We saw Hello Totty 3-bet this exact holding in a similar position. Yeah, again, just a decent bluff candidate. We used the ace-8 button versus cutoff. Under the gun versus low jack, we want something stronger perhaps than an ace-8 off. And so we use the ace-jack. And, you know, again, I think we really saw, well, that little timing just told us, well, when Inferno was thinking, should I really be opening this? Do I need to stay in my lane a little bit more? Open and gets punished.
And now Paulinho opening with ace-king. So what do we know about Paulo Brombim? One of 3 Brazilians at this final table. 230k in live earnings, only 3 recorded live cashes. However, 3.1 million in PokerStars earnings, and won his first scoop title earlier this series in a 530 turbo PKO.
Yeah, and you see, these guys are relentless with the ace-x. I mean, almost, you know, as much as, well, Paulinho is back down with the king-queen, back down with the ace-jack. Ace-king is just the exact hand that you want here to pile on Felipe. But you see the relentless way these top players go after each other with the ace-x. Really, you know, I think, you know, not just using sort of suited aces or wheel aces, any ace to really put them to the test and say, listen, mate, if you want to open, you're going to have to put it in. You're going to have to stick up for these raises. Okay, you're going to be able to stick up when you've got ace-king. Are you going to put in your suited aces as well? What hands are you going to fight back? Are you going to find the click 4 bets? And really, a little bit almost, I wouldn't say exactly out of line, but that's, you could end up using a lot of ace-x there if you're using ace-8 off versus under the gun from Felipe. So we'll see how this sort of battle develops. Of course, also interesting, these guys are going to get to see each other's hands. Yes, go ahead, James.
Of course, they'll see the stream 30 minutes after these hands have been played, that's for sure. Probably got us on mute, but they're definitely looking at the hand information for research. Dan Anderson asks, who is Dingebrinker? Now, I could give you the facetious, Dingebrinker is the player with 13.7 million chips. Thank you for your question response. As it's your first time chatting, as it's your first time asking a question, the answer is, we don't know, or rather we can't say, because not all of these players have their real names in the public domain, and we only disclose the identities of players where it's basically already out there, where players openly talk about who they are in real life or is reported in poker media. That's why we were kind of holding off on confirming that any extras was Landon Tice. He hadn't been outed per se, and it was only when Pads confirmed that he was sat alongside him in this apartment in Canada that we felt comfortable to say, yes, this player is this person. But if it's not common knowledge, if it's not in the public domain, we will respect their right to play under their online handle.
There's some chance that when Dingebrinker busts out of this tournament, he will pop up and he will be in a separate room along the corridor from Pads and Landon. Many could be 3 or 4 players at this final table, all in a house in Toronto, you know, in separate rooms, of course. You know, it could happen. We're yet to see. Who knows? Who knows who else is going to pop up? Good screen name though, Dingebrinker, I like it. So Paulinho, who had those, opening into some dusty-looking holdings. Just can't believe it. You've been 3-bet 3 times in a row. You've been ISO'd by deuce 3 off. You open kings and no action.
Yeah.
From 2 absolute maniacs.
Now, I'm afraid you've been called out, Sam, by multiple people. They can't be in Toronto because, of course, as we know, Ontario's now its own thing. So let's say Montreal instead. Let's go with a different Canadian city.
Vancouver. You know what I was saying. Yeah. Shout out to London Tice, big legends.
So Dingebrinker opening here with aces. I guess Dave's can defend here with Jack 10 off.
Yeah, as the covering stack, you know, obviously we sort of know about the playability of Jack 10. You'd much rather be suited in these sort of situations, but you will go to a flop. That is a nice board to see for Dingebrinker. Just ruling out a lot of the, you know, when when you raise pre-flop and your opponent doesn't have the offsuit 2 pairs, a lot of the nut hands, when it's Queen Jack 8 and they have Queen Jack off, Queen 8 off, etc., etc. Queen Deuce 3, very, very nice for aces.
King Jack for Welcome Inferno, who is officially the shortest stack right now. Blinds have gone up, by the way. You may have seen. We've gone to 200, 400. In just under half an hour's time, they'll go to 255. 30-minute clock in this Scoop main event.
We saw Felipe defend a holding like this before with the 8-6 off, 5-7 off. Again, your opponent's opening high cards. The sort of lower the cards can almost be better for you. But does elect to fold in this time. Sort of, I guess, a product of the fact that Welcome Inferno going to play even tighter than Polino.
Yeah.
And a few raise and take-its for really the first time since we've started this broadcast. It used to be such a product of final tables before everyone realised sort of about defending ranges and pot odds and such like. You used to just play a lot of poker that was raise and take it.
It was so much more fun when people didn't really know what they were doing and ICM wasn't even a thing and everyone played for the win and they put their opponent to a decision for all their chips. You'd get these ridiculous pre-flop raising wars between 2 junky hands. It was beautiful to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, but you did also get a lot of just stealing the blinds. People didn't know they could call 6 deuce of hearts. They'd be like, well, what if he has aces? That was the big thing everyone thought. And some interaction here for the man from Estonia on the King 4-4.
Tom's right. If you wanted someone to respect your raise, you had to make it 5 times the big blind. Otherwise, they might call you with any 2 and suck out on your aces.
Yeah, I used to get reprimanded by the old school pros for min raising. Stinchbringer with a decision. Often, perhaps we want to check raise this hand, fold out, dominating 6x, dominating deuce x, so that if we hit the pair and sort of it checks down, the outs are a bit better. Obviously, just winning the pot sometimes with 6 high, and they, came in as chip leader. Davidson, not had much luck so far, not won a hell of a lot of pots. Does have this backdoor flush draw, no overcard though, and we see the power of the check raise.
So of course, Sam, you are not the only member of Team Pro who has a hand named after him. Ace 7 offsuit is commonly known as the Spraggy. It's the hand that Dingebrinker finds themselves with now, and we can see they are dominated by Felipe Boyanovsky.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of battling with using these ace X's. When you're covered, you just got to be a bit more selective. I don't know what will happen here. These guys, as I said, really not back down much. Don't think that that's a bad option. The lower the kicker, the better. Obviously, Felipe can defend a bit more as the covering stacks, so probably want some suited properties. Now, Welcome Inferno with the 7 high will just fold. Yeah,
okay.
And, beautiful
look at the kings. I mean, who doesn't love Queen Jack of Strawberries? It's the most beautiful of all the Queen Jack combinations.
It is very, very beautiful looking. The reigning champ with King 10 off will fold. And Polino has had a bit of a rough ride. Nonetheless, has picked up aces perhaps a couple of times and kings a couple of times. And ace king had some strong holdings. And uses
That's a
the
chunky
big
one.
Sizing. Full 5x.
That's so annoying when you got Queen Jack and you just want to see a flop.
Yes, very annoying. Very annoying. It's just an incredibly polarized spot, sort of aces, kings, queens, maybe ace king suited in there. something like that. And then you just pick some ace-x. And you can see, for some reason, Danny I don't know whether we want a queen-jack. You just can't really respond to it with the queen and jack in hand. It doesn't really block too much of the value when ace-queen isn't playing that way. And forced off the beautiful hand. And again, we see a little bit Omaha for rolls opening.
Ooh.
And a flat from Davesa.
So what does Dingebrinker do now with tens? Is this a squeeze spot, or do you just try and call and see a flop?
Yeah, I mean, he should recognize that there's obviously a little bit of meta here, right? Omaha for rolls going to open a bit more loosely than some. Is Davesa capped, inverted commas here? Yes. He recognizes that this can be jacks, queens, ace-queen suited. Some very, very strong, maybe doesn't put ace-king in there, but evidently it is there. And obviously if you've seen anything that might lead you to believe ace-king is in there, you want to just call rather than 3-bet, get blown off your hand by a shove. Danny going to be tempted in maybe with one of Omaha for rolls' outs, just because, no one hypothetically should have your cards. And wow, lot of interaction. James, you want to even break this down? This is a lot going on. Pair and open-ended, overpair and open-ended.
Yes.
Gut shot, 2 overs, and overpair. I mean, it's just a clash board. And actually,
it's a clash for the ages.
Yeah, we'll just check. See, everyone quite rightly cautious here. Right, a lot of times Danny might have wanted to lead this board, but I think everyone's just aware that there's got to be some strong hands out there.
This is a classic. I was going to be like, we highlight all these amazing hands and all the possibilities. It goes check, 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 and we get to the turn. But no, Davesa is going to make a bet of just shy of $1 million.
Yeah, with, by the way, the worst hand. Obviously, we know that the wheel draw is very unlikely to come. The ace is dead against 5 deuce and 5s. And Danny now, with the temptation to take an aggressive action, do we want to just call and realize our equity, or do we want to sort of start repping the flop straight? Are we the only person that has 5-6? Are we the only person that people do have ace-5? Yes. Look at this. And Omaha for rolls, very frustrating. I mean, one thing about having 5s here is it makes it very unlikely your opponent has the hands that they're repping, right? It makes it very unlikely they have 5-6. I know that. Yes, exactly. That is obvious. But, I mean, he's an Omaha player where you really are dialed into the blockers, like who can have the nuts? Is this just going to be 4-6 with a backdoor? Ace-deuce with a backdoor? Could Omaha for rolls do something wild here? Yes.
Wow.
Laszlo, let's go, bruv. This is just...
Okay. So 2 quick folds from ace-king and from tens, which, by the way, is currently the best hand. Now back on Danny, who might call and try and improve on the turn.
I think Danny's got to just... I don't think we can call. Can we call out a position? Can we be against 5-6 and be dead, or just ace-5 and does call?
Makes the call.
And now, wow. By the way, having had all this small ball poker, check out 18 million chips in the pot. SPR of 1. Laszlo Buitas with pocket 5s. Can you fire another shot? Of course, by the way, he does actually have the best hand here.
Yes,
currently.
now he got 10s to fold. He does have the best hand.
Crushed. And he's really going to just be thinking, what am I up against here? What hand am I targeting? Is this just a set that I'm just not going to get to fold? Is this... We can see that, it's just... This is really, Laszlo behind the computer trying to work out. Does he want to put in a block bet and set the price for showdown? Yes, he does.
3.2.
Yeah, and by the way, if you knew you had your opponent had 5-2, and they were drawing basically dead, semi-dead to a chop, then you would want to do this. Does Danny just take the pot odds, or do we make an aggressive action? And again, anything could happen. I mean, the block bet is set up to sort of show this down hand. We probably can. Danny cotton onto that fact and put in another raise. Just takes the pot odds.
Wow, we have got a pot of more than 25 million now. This surely the biggest hand of the tournament so far. Certainly the biggest hand of the final table.
Look at the holdings that they've got. Because of that C-bet, sort of reckless C-bet from Ace-King, we've sort of generated 25. By the way, is he thinking about leading now and representing the 3-4? Oh, my days. This would be sick shove. No, he can't do it. Can't do it.
Gets checked back, and that will see Laszlo Butash reclaim the chip lead. Was in the catbird seat for a lot of yesterday, Sam, and now Omaha for rolls back on top with 40 million chips. Have a rose, Danny C 19941893.
Yeah. And that was just a bit of, by the way, I don't want to be critical of Danny at all, but that was also a bit of like OK Corral, like shootout. If he somehow found the shove on the flop, I'm not saying it wouldn't have been wildly reckless, but if he'd put it back again over the top of Omaha for rolls, Omaha for rolls would have folded the fives. If he could have found the check raise on the turn or the lead on the river, I think you get that pot one somehow. But Omaha for rolls, wow, they're going to clash again here because...
Love it. Love it.
Danny's supposed to play not too many raises into the bigger stack, and Omaha for rolls with ace-10 suited. 40 million chips here. 80 big blinds for the man from Hungary. The king of Budapest. And Danny, not too upset about this flop. Obviously, we got the nut blocker, we got the two overs. Just a quite neutral board. Omaha for rolls may be forced to continue here with the ace-10. Just you can still be good. Your ace out or your 10 out. Some out somewhere is in all likelihood good. And Danny, by the way, having just lost a big pot, once you get called again here now, you've got 5 million out there and just ace high. It's not an exciting spot to be in. And Laszlo a little unlucky really here that he doesn't have sort of a 6-7 of clubs where you would want to be firing, or a 8-9 of spades. Ace-10, just a little too good to be bluffing with. And Danny's, by the way, Danny is just hoping for check here. Just praying for a showdown here with 4 million out there. Yeah, checks. Yeah, and there we go.
Okay,
nice
so
bit
Danny
of rake back.
Getting a little bit back there. And now aces for the shortest stack at the final table. It is the reigning champion of the Scoop High Buy-In main event. Welcome, Inferno.
Yeah, and Danny also will be cursing Dave so there, because it's a spot, a thing that happens quite a bit at high stakes, which can be really annoying, where you've got a hand that you want to keep the pot kind of reasonable with, and it's someone else, it's four-way, and Ace-King's just put out this money, so tens is called, and so now there's all this money circulating, and somehow you've got drawn. By the way, he considered folding pre, and he was like, 5 deuce, okay, it's they're going to have Ace-King and pocket queens and stuff, I'm going to be able to just... And somehow has played a 26 million chip pot against one of the best players in the world, out of position, and just sort of checked down. Found the river with backdoor flush draw open, and just is like, on the river, I've got a 2. Is this good? Can I win with that? No. Very, very frustrating hand for Danny C 1994.
So Dinge Brinker opening with ace-10 here. And Felipe Boinovsky defending with 8-4 of clubs. Dinge Brinker still ahead. Ace high, plenty of draws.
I saw a very funny Instagram post from another legend of the British game, Rob Cowan, the other day. He was saying he set up his account in 2000, I think it was 2005 or 2006. And he wanted to seem like he was an old fogey and really bad at poker. So he made his name Rob C 1978, which would have made him 28 years old. This was his idea of like an aged old man that couldn't possibly be good at poker. He's like, Yeah, 1978. Everyone will be folding to me. They'll think I'm ancient. It's just a very funny moment in poker history where to be 28 was like that's the oldest. That's the oldest age we can possibly think of. I thought that was a very funny bit of information. And by the way, this is, the way final table dynamics work. Danny here with the aces. Omar for rolls, we saw him utilize the ace deuce of spades in a very similar spot earlier. These suited wheels sort of unblocking the raise folds, the queen jacks and the jack tens, and sort of blocking aces.
On the one hand, I'm like, don't do it. On the other hand, I'm loving the collisions between these two players. Yes, there he goes. Laszlo does it again.
Yeah, and Danny gonna consider how to proceed. We're at a stack depth where maybe we just want to put in the 4-bet here, just to sort of lower the SPR. Make sure that we cooler kings and queens and get money in pre-flop against those hands. And we can use a quite small sizing when we're just representing very tip top of range. We'll see what Danny, goes for. I mean, I do this. I think we could even go smaller than this. But Omaha for rolls, by the way, the hand that you do 5-bet are some selection of these. And it's going to come very much down to how Laszlo perceives his opponent. Whether we want to randomize, do we just want to use just the ace-5?
Oh my God, shoves on Danny. Shoves on Danny, who's now going to get the double.
Wow!
Diamond draw! Gets there! The flush on the river! And that brutal beat for Danny C. 1994, 1893, who's just busted in 7th place, losing aces to ace-4.
Yeah, and by the way, Laszlo's picked up jacks against. We just don't even get a moment to analyze these.
What's happening here?
Yeah, that was just unbelievable. By the way, can we just talk about that? Is worth a lot of money, that hand.
You don't say.
A lot of money. Jeez. Yeah, and wow. Just wow.
Well, here comes the courtesy double up for Dingebrinker, by the way. I've got loads of chips. I'm running like God. Jacks, I'm all in.
Yeah, I mean, Jack's sort of not doing great against the hands that call off, but Laszlo going to be pushing. Laszlo's going to be opening super wide from this spot. He's going to be aware that he's opening offsuit aces, offsuit Broadway. So Jack's just becomes a lot stronger when you're the chip leader.
Dave's comment is, don't do this at home, kids. Yes, that ace-4 shove was speculative at best.
Yeah, I mean, just piles.
Oh, wow. Okay, the king, heart's not a factor, boom, Dingebrinker gets the double up. That being said, Omaha for rolls still has a dominant chip lead right now. 44 million chips after that elimination of Danny, who cashed for 172 grand, by the way. But with 6 players remaining, Sam, everyone's locked up the better part of $250,000 now.
That's why you got to stay suited out there, kids. If you're going to do something wild and crazy, make sure you've got the suit. It's so crucial. You've got to be able to get there versus aces. And Laszlo's showing us how it's done.
Just to be clear, that was an ace-high flop. That was a set of aces for Danny and gets rivered by the flush.
Yeah, absolute carnage. And I do want to just say, I don't know whether you remember, but what was the one player I highlighted at the big top of the show? I mean, I'm not a genius or something. I think a lot of people, everyone knows how amazing Laszlo is. But I said this guy is someone that plays to win. This is someone that isn't afraid to put the chips in the middle, and he certainly showed a stat there. Yeah, absolutely amazing. This 7 a little bit stronger with the king kicker, and where our opponent's going to raise a lot of aces. That said, just a lot of coordination on the turn. The nuts going to change a lot on a 6, on a club, on a 3. So Paulinho takes out street. And I wonder if Paulinho can go for some value here on the river. I think that might be nice. Yeah, and it's pretty meaty for what is now 3rd pair. Recognizing the strength of the king kicker. I think this is really nice. And anything could happen with Laszlo, by the way. He could just raise. Obviously, generally, you shouldn't really raise. You can't have a straight. It pays it off. Yeah, and that's any extras about, boys. That was a nice little value bet there from Paolo.
Oh, God, it's going to take me a while to recover from that.
And breathe.
I can't believe that we
breathe.
segued straight from that into Jacks versus Kings. It's just like...
Sure, I mean, it's just...
absurd.
Yeah, and, again, we've already mentioned it, but this is a big separation. We just had a configuration where we had those 4 22 to 25 million stacks in a row.
Yeah.
We now have, for the sort of first time since this final kicked off, an overwhelming chip leader, 42 million. This guy can put people to the test. Certainly, obviously, would have been even more, by the way. We had one hand where, before he doubled up Dingewicker, where he was on 55 and really had big separation.
Yes.
But, and it's also arguably, we have the reigning champion at the table. We have former world number one, Lipipiv, etc., but probably still the most experienced at high stakes. Probably someone that's played more high stakes poker in the form of cash games, alongside tournaments, super high rollers, all formats of poker. There's probably someone that's played the most high stakes poker of any poker player in the world over the last 3 years, and with a very, very powerful chip lead at this final, and a million up top.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome, Inferno, by the way. Very, very grateful for that collision, because as the short stack gets the ladder,
very
inconsequential
nice.
Barry.
It should just be one Barry when it's inconsequential. It should be like an alert of how consequential it is.
I love it. Yeah, there should be a Barry rating on how meaningful this ace on the river is.
This is a king high value bet, by the way. King 9 high value bet from Deeves. Not someone we've seen a lot of. Been forced to sort of raise fold, sort of relinquish little by little that opening chip lead. This is, and Laszlo doesn't pay this time, but nice. We've seen 2 really nice value bets there, blind versus blind. These guys, as much as I'm pushing the all hail the King of Budapest narrative, these guys not going to give up this title without a fight. A lot of poker to be paid.
Yeah, it's still pretty deep right now, and with 30-minute blind levels, no reason to suspect that it's going to be over anytime soon. With Laszlo opening on the button with King 6 and Felipe Bojanovski with 3s in the big blind.
Yeah, and this is obviously King high on the button, going to be a very standard open for almost everyone. But this is something we're going to see. Omaha for rolls, playing some poker. One of the things about final tables is when you have that chip lead, when you are the covering stack, people got to be way more careful about 3-betting you, about calling. And if you do something crazy like, inverted commas crazy, 5-bet all in with the ace-4 suited, when you get there, you've just told them, listen, I am fearless. I am willing to put all the chips in the middle with, a weak holding, albeit one that, most people know is a sort of possible bluff candidate. And that sort of does strike fear into people. This is not a chip leader that you're going to feel like, well, I can just go after him. I've got the ace. I'm going to 3-bet or whatever. I'm over rolls. Not sure that this king shows down for that much, but will be controlled in his frequencies and lets the 3s show down. Yeah, and the other counter to that is, when the people have, I'm a little surprised to see him fold the Jack 6 suited there, is when these guys have 30 million, 25 million, not like you can just treble barrel, bluff, all in, overbet. You've got to be, there's, as I said, a lot of poker to play here.
Yeah.
With Felipe with the ace-8 on the button, and our reigning champion, welcome Inferno, with a very powerful ace-jack of clubs. We in no is highlighted amongst that welcome Inferno. Is that correct?
It is indeed.
Some sort of Illuminati code passed on to the viewers.
In spelt with 2 N's.
Lot going on. Yeah, and a little tank about whether we can induce or shove. Do we have a flat? Wow. And I'm a little bit surprised to see the flat here. Interesting. Really interesting. Unfortunate in this instance. Obviously, you know, if it comes ace high, we're going to get a very comfortable check raise in and such like. But Felipe flopping a whole host of equity with the nut flush draw and checks back and bingo, bango, bongo. Bingo, bongo,
Yep.
bango, rather. With the nuts. Obviously just hoping his opponent has a piece, has an inferior flush, ideally. One more check? No, I don't think so at this stack depth. And goes polarized on the turn with the bigger bet.
Ace, jack of
Very-
clubs on this
Yeah.
board. No.
Yeah, very, very frustrating outcome.
Okay, ace king for the chip leader. Laszlo Butash making it 800,000. Paulinho, ace deuce of hearts. Is he going to do an Omaha and basically just lump it in?
Well, we saw Paulinho 3-bet, I believe, kings here versus the under the gun that was Danny at the time and forced them off queen jack of hearts with a big, big sizing. And you could balance that with this kind of holding, but doesn't elect to do it. Doesn't want to go after the chip leader. Just elects to flat.
Ace king still ahead.
Yeah, we do have that gut shot, and it is a board that favours us, but the 10 going to hit some of half a roll's check backing range. And obviously, when we're trying to bluff someone off a sort of ace high type holding, we really don't want to have an ace, which is one of the reasons sort of Paulinho's half a roll's. We're not going for. Is he considering a value bet here? No, just checks down. No need to get fancy.
Hovering around the 42 million mark. Meanwhile, Dingebrinker second on the leaderboard with 31 million. Welcome Inferno looking to go back-to-back in the Scoop main event, the shortest stack with 8 million. Blinds going up in a minute's time.
Yeah, and because of the amazing nature of that ace-4 suited hand, we almost didn't give... we sort of went back and analysed that. Didn't really talk about... Actually, that kings versus jacks hand, very, very significant. Dingebrinker, as we've already highlighted, so experienced. 31 million, by the way, if there hadn't been that collision before, that would have been the biggest pot of the tournament. And you know, is a second... You know, Omar Varose went through that 30 million mark right up to 50 or whatever, but Dingebrinker also breaking the 30 million mark. That's just a very, very big stack, 50 big blinds. And a set for Felipe. Omar Varose with this gut shot interaction. See, you would love to sort of have a backdoor flush to go with it, but that sizing forcing out the 8 high.
So here we go, 250,000, 500,000 blinds. Welcome Inferno dropping below the 20 big blind mark now. Fat Adam Plays asks how many places were paid for this one. 71 players made the money. We watched them play into the money on Monday. Obviously now we're at the final table. Everyone's locked up a 6-figure score with a 7-figure score up top for the champion. 6 remain, so 2-3-2 they've all locked up. But big jumps with every elimination. That will dictate the action, obviously. And ace-7 versus ace-king.
Yeah, and again, just some decision how, you know, again, you don't want to be just windmilling it in with every suited ace. You just need to be sort of selective and pick and choose your spots and think about how to approach it, randomizing and controlling your frequencies. And Dingebrinker letting the suited ace go. See, ace-7, just that little bit worse than the ace-5s of this world. Yeah, and welcome Inferno finally winning with an ace-jack.
King Queen for Paulinho. Opens to just over $1 million.
Yeah, and you know, it's not quite a suited ace, but a suited king is got some of the same properties. This is just going to be... Laszlo hasn't really put these chips to work as of yet with any barreling or 3-bet bluffing. Will this be the moment? Definitely, again, I think a real tank as to how he wants to proceed. And, you know...
Laszlo gonna Laszlo.
Yeah, and also, by the way, the power of having 5-bet that ace-4 is, you know, okay, if I 4-bet bluff a hand like king-queen off, right, am I just going to get it in the eye from ace-king and aces in the real hands and also get it in the eye from the suited aces he selected? So in which case, it's a big deterrent to sort of come after Laszlo with the 4-bet bluffs. Even, you know, you really got to put all the chips in the middle and take that 5-bet option away from him, which you don't want to do with king-queen off. Very, very, very strong play from Omaha for rolls, and just a sort of bit of education for anyone sort of newer to the game, or I mean for all of us really, to see how a great play operates. And Daves are taking a leaf out of the book with this exact same holding.
Hand.
Yeah, and this is a bit, yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Maybe a memo went around before the start of the final table. Guys, if you get dealt king 5 of clubs, you must 3-bet.
Sure, I mean king 7's the one that people normally use, and Paulinho. This is a different holding to king queen. Saw him fold the ace jack earlier, and we'll go to a flop. And works out the call on this occasion, flopping top pair. Dave's with not much going on. And checks back, sort of aware of the type of hands Paulinho is going to have. Going to have aces. Going to have sort of ace queen, maybe 10s. This is a board that really hits him. And Paulinho will go for value now, hoping that his opponent now has an ace king or an ace X.
Okay, well, the hand in the small blind, the hand that the reigning champion has very special significance. This isn't just any old pocket jacks. This is the James and Joe. This is the JHJS.
Wow. Oh, that's nice, by the way. The lads.
And I've got a good feeling about this for Welcome Inferno.
Yeah, just deciding, is this a hand that we can induce with, basically? Are we going to get awkwardly flatted? Do we want to just put this in and you know, make sure we just get called here and now by 9s and force out the overcards? Keep our range together. It makes some sense, even though Jacks is obviously very strong in that exact position.
And this is the Grafton, 10-9 suited.
You love to see it. You love to hear. Felipe would never let me down and fold this. Never let me down. Opening into the chip leader, and again, you know, Laszlo going to have no qualms about going to a flop. Again, just the confidence, the post-flop confidence, the dynamic of being the covering stack. Going to catch a little piece. See, it's kind of a nice board for the 10-9. You've got a kind of quite clear bluff, some quite clear goals with the 10-9 here, wanting to fold out the Jack 10s. Queen 9s of the world, and then having the nice gut shot, 2 overcards against hands that you beat. But likes to check back. A little bit surprised at that from Felipe. And Martha rolls in a strange spot with the second pair, which sometimes can be good. Gut shot to back it up. Are we just up against kings and queens a lot? What do we want to bet this? And Felipe with the subtle line. Now going to have a quite nice, well, we'll see what he does. Arguably, could be a nice delayed bluff. Again, these lower cards favor, wow, and just goes really big. This is
yeah.
I mean, this doesn't seem I mean, it might work, by the way. This doesn't seem believable to me. Like, what flush or, like, straightening hand if you check back. But gets the job done, Felipe.
Does indeed, which will take this tournament to the break. So 6 players remain in the high buy-in main event. Back to this inside of 5 minutes. 6 players remaining in the medium main event. But we're going to go across the PokerStars arena to the low. This is the $109 No Limit Hold'em main event, which had more than 22,500 total entries and is now down to the final 3 players. So threads up, as Joe likes to say, those 3 players being PokerHorse, who started the FT as chip leader, still has the chip lead, Sadasky playing from Ukraine, and Bluffy Rabbit from the UK. PokerHorse playing from Malta, and Bluffy Rabbit all in with Ace King.
Yeah, insane dream to be on a final table of this magnitude through 22,000. More remarkable in some ways than being at the 10K final. And PokerHorse, a regular I've played with many, many times. You know, just an incredible achievement. Bluffy Rabbit with quite a 20, is that 20 big blind shove on the button with a very, very strong holding. So you're going to see perhaps a little more unconventional play from less experienced players. But yeah, really, what an achievement to go through fields of that size. I mean, playing for such big money from such a modest buy-in.
Well, I'm glad you referenced money, Sam, because again, highlighting that this is a $109 buy-in and highlighting that there will be players in this tournament who satellited in for significantly less than that. They're all now guaranteed more than 118 grand. Second's going to get $165,000, and the winner's going to get close to $250,000. $232,000 for the winner of this $109 buy-in event.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, this is something, you know, we say what you like about the 10K buy-in. Maybe, you know, it has been done. You can get back to the final. You can't go through 22,000 people back to back. That just doesn't happen, by the way.
No.
You win the lottery once, you don't get to win it the next year. And so, you know, it's just a once-in-a-lifetime spot for these guys, and credit to them. As we get, you know, all the 7s and all the 3s here.
Yeah, those are the only cards you're allowed to be dealt in this particular hand. By the way, I just reeled off that prize money. Bluffy Rabbit's best ever score is 2.3k. Sadasky's best ever score is 6k. As you highlighted, Sam, PokerHorse is a reg. Not going to get involved in this as Sadasky takes that one uncontested.
Yeah. Yeah, just, I mean, just takes, obviously, some real run good. There's a lot of luck in going through a field like this, but also just an incredible amount of discipline and hard work. And also, if you're not, I mean, who knows what the background of Sadasky and Bluffy Rabbit is, but even as a professional, let alone as a non-professional, just imagine, by the way, guys and girls at home, 4 days of poker. It's not easy to keep your cool, keep your concentration, play your ranges, play all the different spots, all the different stack sizes, ICM, etc., etc. As we see, decent bit of interaction here. Sadasky with pretty strong-looking 2-pair, and PokerHorse with middle pair. Yeah, just it's a lot to be playing for 4 days, particularly online. You know, when maybe in the early days you're playing multiple tables, long hours, just the 5-minute breaks. Very, very tough.
Yeah, Jacks and 7s betting 12.6 into 22. PokerHorse with a pair of 10s.
Yeah, and very, very dynamic board here. You know, the 2 flush draws, a whole host of straights and gut shots, pair plus gut shot, flush draw plus straight draw, and the like. Jack 7 going to be way less powerful on a whole host of rivers. The counterfeit possibilities as well with the 10. And for that reason, sizes up. Obviously, PokerHorse, I think, a very experienced player. We're going to sort of perhaps recognize that this isn't very little visibility with the 10 as well. You know, it's not, even though you might be high in your range, it just might just be a spot where you're going to have to relinquish. Just so little visibility on runouts.
Oh, wow.
Get stubborn.
And this pot has got huge, 122 million in the middle. Sadasky with less than pot behind, 92 million, and has improved to a full house on the river because The 7 that is always coming.
And a big 7 in this instance, because, yeah, Sudatsky going to be loving this river, hoping that his opponent has Jack X of hearts.
Shoves the river, and this would be a hero call from PokerHorse, and it would be a bad call.
Yeah, I mean, PokerHorse, a little suspicious because, you need a very good hand for value now. And what hearts do you bet on the flop? But I think when we call here, we do need to have a heart in our own hand.
No.
Queen of clubs not going to cut the mustard.
Well, we are switching back to the main attraction of the evening, the high buy-in main event, the 10K, with 6 players remaining. And Sam Grafton will remain analysing the action, but I will hand over the reins to my friend and colleague, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my baby. Sam Grafton.
Hello, Joe Stapleton.
6-handed.
By the way, I love it when Hartigan gives the viewers information, but it's secretly information for me. It's like, Sam Grafton will remain, and I can hear him saying, Sam, do not. Like, just in case I'm like, Joe Stapleton's back on, I just exit stage.
Put that headset back on, buddy.
Yes. Strap in. Yeah, and so a lot of action while you've been away, Joe. I know you're probably poolside with, the great and good of the film world, looking at scripts perhaps with your agent or whatever it might be in the LA lifestyle. But so to bring you up to speed,
yes,
we had an amazing hand where the King of Budapest, King of Hungary, Omar Varolz, 3-bet ace-4 suited using the power of that blocker, and was 4-bet by aces and piled in the ace-4 of diamonds. Got called by aces. It came ace-high, and he backed into a flush to knock out Danny from Polarized Poker. So he was up to 50 million. Immediately had jacks against kings and doubled up Dingebrinker. So it was all action for an orbit. And so that's meant that we're 6-handed, nearly $250,000 for each of these guys. And, just a very exciting player to see with the chip lead.
And it still seems relatively deep, right? I mean, even the shortest stack here, we're talking 20 big blinds.
Yes, exactly.
Top pair.
Yeah, I mean, it was, we had a sort of configuration of everyone with 25 million, four people with 25 million, all in a row, and then a sort of collision between them two. Dingebrinker as a mid-stack was doubled. And so, yeah, there's plenty of poker to be played. We've only really welcomed Inferno in real trouble, trouble. Again, the way the modern day player, ekes out the value from 15, 18, even 10, 8 big blinds these days. Welcome Inferno won't put the tournament life at risk unnecessarily.
You're not super happy with Welcome Inferno stack, but you're not freaking out either. Check. Top pair still good.
Yeah, and Felipe here with the opportunity to get some real value from the top pair against the actual holding we can see that Dingebrinker has. You can sort of identify that it's a sort of pocket tens, king 9 type holding and get some value. Unlikely that our opponent has a better holding. So a little worry about some 6x that check back the turn and does go for the decent, 3/4 pot, a little over 60, whatever this might be. And Dingebrinker with a pretty solid bluff catcher, right? The king jacks, the spade draws, the jack 8. It's just very hard.
Not caught. Not a bluff.
Very hard to fold that hand. Very hard to fold.
Sam, just 1 second. I wanted to give an update on the low event that folks were just watching. So Dasky won a flip, eliminating Bluffy Rabbit. So they are now heads up in the low version of the main event, and stacks are almost dead even. So maybe we'll see some talk of a deal in that event. I will bring you information as it develops. Action folded here to the blinds, and this is as big a domination as you can get, just about. Ace-10 versus 10-deuce. The deuce 10 is suited.
Yeah, Felipe bumping it up. A not exciting situation to find yourself in with the 10-deuce suited. Felipe not auto coming in for a raise here, but does feel that he needs to defend with the suited properties.
Sam, is it worth it even trying to have to read timing tells at this stage, or do we only just play with the information we are certain?
Well, I honestly feel like when I'm commentating, I really see some timing tells. I could see people giving off information. But when
Thinking,
you're
right?
in the moment, you're so 4 days in, it's such a technical game that I think it's very hard, you know, they're so aware of combinatorics. Dinge Brinker, by the way.
10 deuce with the float there.
No, I think he checked and Dinge Brinker bet, right? Very, very nice from Felipe.
Okay.
I don't know whether this is a case of, put it this way, if he could see Dinge Brinker's cards, this is exactly what he would do with ace-10. Didn't go for the c-bet and allowing his opponent to make seemingly a big mistake. One of the few cards that actually gives Dinge Brinker some equity.
Yeah, sorry I missed the check bet there. It was all I saw was chips from Dinge Brinker going into the middle, and I was like, what?
Yeah, but I think it's very hard to pick up reliable timing tells when you're in the moment. And
Okay,
as
sure.
I say, it's a lot to hang your hat
Because
on.
I noticed what you
Well-
noticed, right? I was like, okay, Dinge Brinker's thinking about this with 10 deuce, but that's only because I can see the 10 deuce.
Yeah, I mean, I think they do balance that. The one I sometimes see is
Yeah.
just the quick stubborn call with a medium strength hand. Like I feel like that that you do. You know, you can have ace jack there and need to think about it, right? Or do I want to 3-bet it or do I want to just call with it? But you know, so you can have the other stronger hands as well. But I think it's more. There's certain spots you do see it, but it's very, very hard on a big final table to make a big deviation based on a timing tell.
Okay, fair enough. Great answer. Thanks, Sam. A little chat from the main event low right now that's just gotten to heads up. So Dasky, who we know does not have very much in the way of earnings lifetime, says, do you want to deal? And this response is, no, I won't million, but it's pretty cool. Poker Horst, I want the title. As we
I
see
love that.
7s, 8s, and 9s
Wow.
out of 6 hands, 3 pocket pairs, all of them in the medium to bordering on high range.
Yeah, and it's gonna set up a little chain reaction here because Dinge Brinker, you would imagine, playing so deep stacked, might want to just call on the button here with another pocket bet.
Yeah.
And then it's...
Ooh.
That's very interesting to me. And welcome Inferno. This is a real decision here with the 8s. Because there is 3 million out there. Would represent a third of your stack if you could pick it up. On the other hand, it kind of blocks folds. And you can't really get called by worse, especially when 7s is now folded. Are you just going to sort of run... Felipe's can have very strong hands here, right? Can have jacks here. Can have ace queen suited here. You know, can even, maybe even ace king, who knows? Oh, wow. Just folds the 8s. Really?
I mean,
Really?
that's
Really?
like the Carrie Elwes, like I roll, like 9s single raise, 7s out, 8s out. Both of them would have overpairs to this board right now. Wow.
Yeah, I don't quite understand that. It's also interesting because I think if the 7s calls, it becomes even more tempting to shove the 8s. Because now it's like if you can ever get it through, you could pick up 4 million, you know? And now the last player can have 4s, can have 5s, can have, as we saw, 7s, although evidently not.
A 1 million chip bet into this, and Lashlow is just not going to F with it. He's going to fold the 2 overcards.
And you see how people recognize the strength of Felipe's range there. Not only did the 7s and 8s fold, but Laszlo didn't even put in a single chip into the pot. He's like, yeah, you've got this, buddy. I know you've got a good hand. You're going to have 10s here. I'm just check folding with my ace 10.
I would like to think that, I mean, I definitely would fold ace 10 there a lot, and I wouldn't be able to articulate why, and I just got to start learning some of these justifications so that I can explain it. I'd like to think it's just an innate ability and not me being a nit and not know how to play after the flop, and I'll just go, I just got to remember what Sam said in that situation. They had a very strong range.
Exactly. By the way, there's a lot of training videos and YouTube videos you see where it is just people using lots of fancy words to justify whatever they happen to be doing. So you wouldn't be alone, mate.
Maria and I talk about hands a lot, and I'll send her, situations where I didn't know what to do, and she'll go, well, I don't necessarily have a problem with what you did, but why did you do it? And I'm like, live read.
Yeah, I was talking to a good friend, a very talented poker player, the other day, and I was saying how when you see something done, in order to replicate it, I feel like I really need to understand it, otherwise I can't do it. I'll always back away from it. Even if you tell me this hand's a shove, and I've seen it in a sim, until I can say why it makes sense, I shy away from doing it. I think I know this is a shove, and I don't do it. And I think, why didn't I do it? And I think it's because I don't truly believe it in my heart. It's like your blockers aren't real thing. If you don't believe the blockers are real, you're not going to follow through with it. You know what I mean? You got to believe that this card removal is functioning or working or whatever.
I actually agree with that statement. And I agree with it, and not just in poker. When I worked for the post office as a young man, I couldn't do the work until I understood how the post office actually worked. When I learned how to drive a standard transmission car, I couldn't do it until someone explained to me what it all meant that I was doing. Once I understood what it was, then I could do it. I could replicate it. So it is the same for me in poker too.
Is this a bit? Are you trying to suggest that you went?
No.
You went to the head of the U.S. Postal Service and said, hey, I'm working out the back here, but I need to see how it's all functioning. Otherwise, I can't, put the mail in the bag and deliver. I don't know what you're saying here.
I was a post office Nepo baby, so I just asked my dad how the whole system works.
Sure. It's all nepotism, the post office. No one, that's why it's so low performing. The thing that you didn't say there, though, which I thought you might say, is what about the structure of a joke? Because I'm always interested when I talk to you about how a joke functions, what are the moving parts. But in a weird way, if you get too caught up on a joke, it can lose its free. It must be a balance.
Part of the reason I don't tweet jokes as much anymore is because I will sit there and stare at a joke in my drafts for about 45 minutes to an hour and go, should it be a president or the president? Should it be should there be a comma here? We've got it all in after the open from Paulinho. And that one's going to get through. Yes, that too. Like, there's a million different ways you can dissect a joke, and that's kind of where I spend most of my time instead of looking at solver charts or whatever. I'm just, that's where my passion is. I could talk about the structure of a joke all day. Should this be plural? Should there be a comma here? If I'm saying it out loud versus writing it on Twitter. There's a million different combinations and permutations, and it's hard to know, especially how is your opponent, a.k.a. your reader, going to interpret the joke also, right?
Please don't go into shows and think of the crowd. These are my opponents. I'm going to punish these guys. Yeah. Paulinho here with a very loose defend with the bulls away. Suited Jordan, 3-deuce against Omaha for rolls. Interesting to see.
And Omaha Ferro's pulling away a little bit further, 46 million in chips. Lipe in second with 36 million.
Yeah, so and it's worth recapping that really nice value, that really nice value bet with the Queen 10, the full 3/4 pot value against the Ace 9, and a very understandable call from Dinchbrink. I don't think they did anything wrong there against a talented opponent, but that was a big swing, by the way. Dinchbrinker plummeting below the 30 million and taking Felipe, who is something of an all-star himself, up to second in chips. Obviously, also that nice pot, perhaps smaller than it could have been with the pocket nines against the Ace 10, another chunk of change as well. And so things really going well for the Brazilian, who, we saw, you might remember him, he ran deep in, can't remember whether it was PCA or PSPC, bust out on the feature table. And welcome Inferno, who made a good shove with the King Jack suited, forcing the Ace 10 to fold. Now with pocket kings. This is one we might want to induce with.
Yes.
Using the small polarized sizing. And you see the problem for Felipe.
This is
Obviously,
such a
a
good
nice
price.
hand, such a great price. But when you know that you're going to be up against, at least some of the time, the kings, the aces, and you're an SPR where you're not going to be able to play the turn, play the river.
What hands are you going to be up against here that make this size raise that aren't aces and kings? Are people really going to be very balanced with this?
Well, it's
look at that
going to be the hand you want to use is a sort of is an ace four off, or is a ace four suited, or a king jack off on occasion. Some people overdo that spot. Some people don't work in enough bluffs. See, very delicate spot, but does get. When you have the kings, you want 10-9 to come along, right? You want someone to flop. The thing is
you do.
You've got 10-9 suited. You're thinking, well, I'm going to make a flush, I'm going to straight. But what happens when it comes 10 deuce deuce? This is the problem. You've got to also look at you're going to have to sort of stack off at SPR 1.
Or when it comes 10-9 deuce deuce, and then you stack off.
Yeah, and you still lose on 10-9 deuce deuce. So yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
There's lots of ways to get to basically just get every street. Be like, come on, you got do you have enough? You got equity now. You can't fold now.
Yeah, exactly.
Pocket nines firing on this board. Felipe is drawing to the gut shot only at this point.
Yeah, and for some reason not immediately relinquishing. Not sure whether considering a check raise would be very ambitious here. Obviously, the jack diminished in value because of the fear of your opponent having ace king. Maybe just obviously one of the other things about timings. The other reason it's very hard to be confident about timings is I know that you might see a timing tell from me, but it's me brushing the cat off my shoulder, or it's the dog coming up, or it's someone coming into the room. You're like, leave me alone. Leave me alone, mum. I'm on the final table of Dummy Coop. Stop hassling me, or whatever it might be at someone's house. And so you can't always, I'm like, oh, is he going to check raise? But actually, he might be just, frying something up, eating some churrasco.
Felipe limping. Yeah, no, we heard your cat wailing earlier. I hope your cat's doing okay. It seemed to need your attention.
She never stops moaning. People come round, and it's as if interesting spot here, by the way, because Felipe could also consider fighting back in the form of a limp re-raise with the ace deuce off.
Yeah.
One problem is that they are going to use a 3 or a deuce for their bluff sometimes, but maybe that's just how the mechanic works here, with the ace that doesn't want to really limp call, and Felipe never missing a spot. It's talented Brazilian fighting fire with fire. Obviously only forcing, Dinsbrinker off the worst hand, but, again, it's just that sort of intimidation. All right, there may be weaker players who you can bump it up confidently here with your junk, but I'm going to be fighting back with real hands and with bluffs myself. And Dave's
okay, we got the open from Omaha, the 3-bet from Deva.
Yeah, Deva. And again, sort of the smaller sizing working, just because Laszlo going to have a lot of offsuit combinations. Going to have even some sort of king 9 off, king 8 offs, jack 10 offs, and such like. And even though we're not loving it if we have to stack ace queen, we just begin with the 3-bet and then take it from there.
King Jack is going to take it from here. And I guess even though it feels like everyone's pretty deep, like raising to $1 million is like a big chunk of everyone's stack at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at this. This is a little out of line, by the way, from Dinsbrinker. And, this very confident player, very experienced, as we've highlighted right from the top of the show, and not been out of line thus far at all, really. But this king 9, we're going quite wide here. If we imagine that we're using, firstly, a bunch of suited aces, maybe some of them flat, but then we're using a bunch of offsuit aces, then we're using suited kings, then we're using offsuit Broadway. Now we're getting to king 9 off. A lot of bluffs you're going to have there. And really, I was about to say that Devza, however we're saying it, had sort of been getting some momentum. Obviously, you remember Joe came in as chip leader and not had any big swings for or against, but kind of chipped down, just opened and got 3-bet. Maybe a bit less experienced. I don't know the exact resume than some of the others at the table. And Dingebrinker seizing on that.
Lipe opening ace-king, the straight-up fold from Paulinho with ace-5 offsuit. A defend from Omaha, 1 club and some straighty cards, I guess, for 7-tray.
Yeah, I wondered if we might see a lead here from Omaha. I didn't seem to consider it. But Felipe just in a position where he doesn't have much 4x. And for that reason, forced to play a lot more passively on this board. You just, even when you have kings and queens and jacks, just not excited to get check raised and play a big pot. And Omaha for rolls will realize the 3 not always good here. There can be some overpairs that check back, but might want to just put a little money out there specifically to get called by these kind of ace-high combinations. Just control the size of the pot as chip leader. And Felipe getting basically the right price in position.
River is a spade. It is another pair on the board.
I wonder if...
Not always great for the ace-high in this spot.
Could Laszlo go for a bit of value here? Can he sort of identify that Felipe's got ace-high very, very often here and not going to have a flush all that often? Obviously, we're going to get raised occasionally by a flush. There's some deuce X, but, you know, maybe we're just going to lose to 6s, but could we just put out 800k and get called by ace-high? And that's what Laszlo, I believe, is thinking about. Goes for a shade over quarter pot.
Yeah, I think he was close enough to 800k.
And we can just picture the 5-8s, the 6-7s, the 5-9 of hearts that just miss and are going to be forced to bluff. And for that reason, Felipe feels he's got to look up his opponent.
Sam, before we get too deep into this hand, you've seen the Jeremy Kyle show, right?
I have, unfortunately, yes.
I'm about to bring in...
He's not coming in as a guest commentator, is he, Jeremy Kyle?
That's right, a surprise guest that you have history with. Please welcome Super C. You are the father, Sam Grafton. There's your son. Griff Graff together again. I'm just going to...
it's a very appropriate, I don't know what we call it, graphic, because I've got the beard back. When I'm clean shaven, it doesn't really read as me as much, but I've got the full white beard, Griff Graff beard going on.
We're back, baby.
We're so back.
Actions flipped around to the suited ace and the queen, the dark queen duck of Lipe. Just a limp in from ace deuce.
Yeah, and Felipe may feel like this is just a hand that needs to be raised for value. We just get called by the suited kings and queens of this world. And does raise. And now Dave's with a decision. It's not... Yeah, I mean, anything could happen here, by the way. Except
it's a bit weird
fold.
here, right? Yeah.
It seems like a bit too much to shove. So just calling, I think that just does make sense. We don't want to bluff, 4-bet it, and fold, or 3-bet it and fold. And nice flop for the king-queen.
Yeah, all over this board. Hasn't directly connected with any of it, but lots of ways to get there.
Yeah, and ace-deuce, not an exciting hand to be bluffing with because we really want ace-high to fold, but we don't get ace-king to fold, we don't get ace-queen to fold, maybe not even ace-9 to fold, diamonds won't fold. So for that reason, forced to just sort of check it over and sort of hope for the best. And Felipe with the delayed big bet again.
Pocket kings for Felipe.
How are you, Griff, by the way? All is good?
I'm great.
In Griffin land?
Yeah. Oh, always good.
Good.
Life is good.
Did you grace us with the presents over Scoop at all? A smidge? A
Yeah,
109?
I've been here playing wise. No, unfortunately not. I would have maybe liked to have played the main event on Sunday, but I was commentating Monday and Tuesday, and we had a great time.
Sure.
In the booth, so.
Yeah, I mean, you'd probably final one of them, and then you just wouldn't be available.
That's the
It's
problem,
like,
right? Yeah.
We don't want to be going. We're over to the
Priorities.
109 final where Griffin's four-handed, having gone through 22,000 people. We need you here. It's going to happen. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen every time, but maybe 40, 50% of the time. And Dinchbringer again, we saw him defend a 10 deuce suited, now forced to continue with the 9 deuce of spades. Again, I mean, fortunately in some ways, doesn't connect at all. And Felipe on a dynamic board, flushes, straights, gut shot, might want to put in something sizable. I mean, really betting his hand strength, I think, to a large extent there. But makes sense.
I mean, forced to call is a bit strong, right? Do you think you need to defend the 9 deuce suited to a 3.5x raise there, or maybe just bend the knee a little bit to the chip leader?
Yeah, maybe they do drop out, by the way, Griff. I do agree.
Yeah.
In general, it's like all the offsuit hands fold, and you are supposed to come in, but maybe bend the knee. Exactly. Doff the cap, or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
Some interaction here, if I could borrow a phrase from Sam, a pair of kings versus top and bottom pair. Diamond out there, too, for the king 8 suited.
Yeah, and the two biggest stacks tussling. Also, for my money, again, I don't want to disrespect any of the very talented players, including the defending champion, but two of the most experienced high-stakes players at the final. And again, Felipe recognizing the strength of his holding and the potential gut shots, the backdoor flushes of the world. And, while I think Lazar would have loved to have called $1 million here, half pot is not as comfortable. And wow, and just, that, by the way, that's nice. That's underrated skill to be like, yeah, mate, like you just aren't doing this with fives enough, or you just don't have enough 8-7 suited where, you might fire quarter pot and then barrel or whatever. Something might not be good here, like my 8 might not be good. And so for that reason, or the king might not be good, you might have king jack, and just he's out of there on the flop to half pot. It's just very, very nice from Laszlo. Obviously, we know him as an action player, a wrecking ball, high stakes Omaha king, but also just that saving money there, saving $2 million there, especially when it's against your direct opponent, very, very important.
I have news from the lowlands. However, this looks like it could be a hand, so let's see what happens here real quick. The open from Davza. Ace-5 folds. Ace-Jack in the small, and Paulinho is...
And it could go either way. I would love to see a 3-bet bluff, really, but I think some players will be tempted to flat here. You keep in the dominated holdings, but I think I think this is clean. This is the clean play. It looks strong. You can't be messed with. You've got the blockers working for you, and you really don't want to allow Omaha for rolls into the pot with any. Yeah, it's just very nice play from what's clearly a strong poker player in the form of Paulinho. Tell us, Joe, what's happening in the lowlands?
Okay, news from the lowlands. Do you remember the reg poker horse? He said, "I won't title."
Yes, he has title.
Poker horse did not get the title.
Wow.
Sodaski jammed the turn with a made flush. Poker horse called it off with top pair. Was drawing dead. Sodaski's best score of 6K has just been smashed by the $232,000 and Scoop main event trophy. Congratulations, Sodaski, and I'm sure Poker Horse will be back.
I mean, that's just amazing from both the players. Firstly, as a reg, to reg that tournament, to play it with your full commitment and heart over 4 days, and then obviously the poker dream is is still very much there. Your biggest ever cash on stars is 6K, and now you bang off a $250,000. I mean, what do you even do with this money? It's just unbelievable amount of money to win for anyone. Really, full respect to all the guys that made that final.
Yes, and just in case we did mention it, with some of that stellar play we've been seeing from Lipe and Omaha right now, Lipe has closed the gap, and they are more or less neck and neck, more or less Stevens at the top of the leaderboard.
And credit to Felipe. Obviously, it's card distribution as well. He's made some hands and won, but hasn't done it through winning any huge pot as far as I remember. It's been value bets, ISOs, had nice hands, ace-10, and flopped an ace, kings, and like won the pot, got a nice value bet in the queen-10. But, just flatting, playing his cards, and chipped up very, very nicely.
Going to be curious to see how Dingebreaker maybe finds a way to take this away from Omaha for rolls, flopping a little better here on the 8-9-3.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd rather have some kind of flush draw equity. And for that reason, perhaps elects to play it a little slower. Omaha for rolls. Has a heart, has no club, which is kind of nice. Could elect to pile on some pressure here. Maybe fold out some queen 10s, queen jacks. Just look at this. This is just hard.
That's the ticket, yeah.
It's just hard. How
about this?
Hard to play against. Yeah.
Ace king for Omaha. Pocket 9s for Davesa.
Yeah, and let's just remember, Omaha for rolls is opening king 7 off, albeit from one position across. The chip leader incentivized here, opening into 9 million to open very, very wide. For that reason, the 9s are just much, much stronger, even than if, say, Polino had opened. They're very, very strong holding here. And a little difficult flat. Could be that we'll see Dave's flat, but if they were to put it in, I wouldn't hold it against them. Could go either way. We'll actually 3-bet half the stack in case something crazy happens behind. Yeah, it just makes sense. A committing raise. Omaha for rolls with the very strong ace king, of course. Probably playing high stakes Omaha somewhere as well. So just take a minute while he sits out at the cash game tables. Big flip incoming. big flip.
And the 9s hold, double up Davesa.
Yeah,
and that's at the expense of Omaha, who now is significantly trailing Lipe.
Yeah. And also the chips moving to Laszlo's left, right? Would have been 60 million, 5-handed, not quite half the chips in play, but getting in that direction, third of the chips in play or whatever, 5-handed. Instead, the chips moving, Daves are going to perhaps be a bit more of a pain on Omaha's for rolls' left. And, it's game on here. Just particularly this configuration, Laszlo's not someone that gets too inhibited by anyone, but he's also opening now into the 2 other biggest stacks. He's opening into the 3rd in chips and the chip leader. So when he's on the hijack, he's opening into the chip leader's button, and it's just really going to hold him back a little bit.
Wow.
Ace tray suited on the button for Welcome to Inferno. And he is the shortest stack, reigning champ in this event.
I wonder if he's considering...
Blinds have recently increased, by the way, and that is a raise to 3 million.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because in this instance, it kind of helps Polino. He's going to have hands that he wants to call and then fold to Laszlo. So I don't think this... Yeah, I don't like... anyway, whatever. The money's going to go in here. Omaha for rolls, one would imagine, will realize the strength of this play from Polino.
Ace 4 suited, go. Is that a call out of what?
is mocking Laszlo for the ace-4 suited earlier. And Laszlo, by the way, having a little think with sevens will relinquish. And this is also the reason, like, when you half stack, I mean, you're not loving this, by the way, now.
Yeah. A part of you now even wants to fold. But
what a part of you. Doesn't all of you want to fold? There's the rest of it has gone in. Called by the Kings. Oh, man, that is a pretty definitive flop.
Wow.
It is game
by the
over.
way, 7 came as well.
Wow, there was a 7 there. Yikes. GG's all around for the reigning champ. Won't be a back-to-back winner for Welcome Inferno, who does, in fact, score, however, for $232,000. Everyone else just laddered up about $80,000. So congrats still, and we are now 5-handed.
Yeah, high-stakes poker for sure.
So, Sam, how was your scoop overall? We in the positive, the negative?
Yeah, I was up big because I mean I lost chunk in this, lost 2 bullets in this, and I had a bads. I mean I made a final with Lex on Sunday, I think, the 500. But anyway, yeah, I got a second, a third, and fourth, and I didn't play that much.
Out of like 4 tournaments, though.
Yeah, I also got a 10th. I got third in the 5K, and then the next week I was 1 of 11, and I got 10th. So that really stung, and I ran the hands, and wow. And Felipe here, we haven't seen that much of this, but utilizing the chip lead and the high card, low card combo we see so often as a bluff. Many hands here that Laszlo would be in deep, deep trouble with and very unsure how to proceed. Ace-King, just the powerful blockers, because it is really blockers. You can't get called by Ace-Queen in this exact spot as it happens, will be a reason to just pile it into the middle. Yeah.
Does this remind you of anything, Sam? This hand.
Well,
quick question here from the chat. Pauline says, what is Sam Grafton's nickname at Stars? Actually, Sam has his nickname. Samuel is his first name, his full name. Thank you for your question.
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah. Griff and Graf. This is our nicknames. So yeah, anyway, it was fine. It was good. I said already to Hutkin, because he very kindly asked as well. I was a little sad about the second in the end, just because it would have been really nice to be, it was the 1K warm up on the Monday. I would love to have snagged the title just for the bragging, right? For the, when there's a trophy.
Put it on the Twitter profile, yeah.
Exactly. 2-time scoop champion's got a nice ring to it. But sadly not to be. But yeah, it was all good. It was all good.
Nice flop here for Omaha. Very strong top pair.
Yeah, three big hands going to the flop. And it'd be interesting here. Laszlo probably going to go for a delicate sizing. It makes sense to go small on this very dry board. And it's going to, you would imagine one or the other or both or someone may well want to continue. Felipe with the overcard, some backdoors available, particularly spades. And Dingebrinker in a bit of a weird spot. Don't really want to check raise here. Are we doing that for value? Are we bluffing? Do we want to just call and try and set mine the turn? Can we show this down? Very hard spot to navigate.
You're drawing to a full house. I love this draw.
Well, it is always coming, they say. I mean, I don't know whether that's a factor.
And it's always coming 7.
Oh, there's a good card for Lipe.
Batteroo on the turn.
Yes, and, it may be that we want to go for value again. Seems like we get check raised occasionally, 3 bets sometimes by the ace-queen. 9's a small factor. Laszlo, so careful with his sizing. Sizing up now on the turn.
6 million.
Yeah, to punish the Queen Jacks and Queen Tens of the world. And Felipe will call again.
Oh,
and gets there.
My goodness. Persistence rewarded. Felipe about to scoop a biggin. Sorry, someone in chat was asking what chat transpired between the players during that hand, during the last little bit of chatter that we had. Deva said, my man. Omaha replied, diamonds working today, to which Deva replied with some money emojis, and Lipe close it off by saying good-looking suit. Again, referencing an earlier hand.
Yes, for those people joining a little bit late. And Griff, I don't know whether you were watching, there was an amazing hands, 50 million chip pot where Omaha for rolls, 3-bet ace-4 of diamonds, was 4-bet by aces, and then pile it in the middle with ace-4 of diamonds. Came ace-high and 2 diamonds, and he made a flush.
Wow.
Yeah. And then he immediately got jacks into kings against Stingebrinker. Otherwise, he would have had a humongous chip lead, but then sort of handed out 50 million.
Griffin?
So
Num.
was that against Lipe, or was eliminating
No,
someone?
Danny, who's out. So yeah, so Steve's been referencing that. And Polino here, with one of the few hands you might want to just call from the small blind, and it puts a lot of money out there. And could be go time with the ace-king off. Can decide.
A lot of ace-kings for Omaha for rolls.
Yeah, I mean, you want to induce and get shoved on sometimes by suited aces, and does elect to go big. And you see how just normal chip EV decisions, where you might want to go to a flop with eights, not appealing here. You know, you've raised, you got called by worse, and now a maniac from Budapest bumps it up. What do you do with the pocket eights? Very unclear. I think most people will just sort of be forced to fold here, but you know, this is where Laszlo's sort of reputation and style might get him some action where others wouldn't. We can see, of course, that it is 50-50 between the two. Oh my days!
Wow!
Oh geez, here we go. Big flip potentially incoming.
Wow!
I mean, you're
and
not
this is
loving
almost
this,
a
are
blow
you?
up, but he's going to find himself ahead if Laszlo calls it off.
This would be the biggest pot of the tournament.
Yeah, and Laszlo, by the way, ICM conscious. He actually is not like loving this automatically.
No.
But
Surely,
blockers, am I right?
But yeah, surely. Has
There's
to
the
call.
call. King, queen, queen, eight's in big, big trouble, and it's over for the eights on the turn. There goes Dave's biggest pot of the tournament out in 5th place. Good for $313,000. Everyone now ladders up $110K, and we are down to 4.
GG to Dave, who came in as the chip leader and, you know, on the wrong side of a big old flip there. I mean, that's one of those spots where if both players, when the hands are turned over, if they could take the money back, they happily would, because you really do not want, I mean, you feel kind of sick when you see eights, by the way. It's such a fake flip on a final table, by the way. Such a fake flip.
Yeah, for that many chips in those positions, it's like,
I mean,
this
is
big blind pot.
And all of a sudden, we are at the very much at the business end of this tournament. Now, I don't think there will be a deal. Laszlo is too rich to deal. I believe. I don't think he's not a dealer. I wouldn't imagine. But you know, you do see deals on these big finals for four-handed, and we're in that realm. We're in that milieu. We're in that world, and certainly now, you know, can't be emphasized enough. Now we're dealing with 140k bay jumps. You know, we're dealing with big swings, and also nowhere to hide. You know, cut button, cut off, small blind, big blind. You've got to play hands. Felipe
going for it here.
Yeah. By the way, heart, and you know, it's a little out of line. Maybe you clear some aces, so maybe it's fine. Obviously, if it was ace of clubs, 5 of hearts would be way more acceptable. Will he decide to fire again? You imagine not turning the wheel, not turning a club. Might not, but we shall see. He is. Oh, I see what he's doing. He's got the ace of hearts, so he blocks ace 3, and so maybe that's just a kind of. Wow, he's just going for it. Wow, this is. Big,
Sam's almost
and also,
speechless.
just to say,
Finally.
one of the nice things about using, let's give Felipe some credit here, because this would pressurize a lot of hands, 8s, 9s, 10s, all in the bin, etc. Flush draws out. Wow, and it is
the
a
club does
river.
hit the river. Yeah, Dingebrinker does have it. Should we get to showdown?
Is the 5 of clubs relevant enough, though? Are we ever up against a flush draw? You know, we block ace 5 of clubs is the only one, probably. Queen 5, 6 of clubs, maybe. Might even fold the turn. Oh, he's gone for it.
Oh, my goodness. Puts Dingebreaker to the test. Dingebreaker with top 2.
Wow. And this is just a pure bluff catcher, right? Your opponent isn't repping kings or queens. Your opponent has a 3
King
or
Jack
flush.
here, really.
Yeah. I mean, it might, but yeah, it's just really. The only thing is, wow.
Oh, wow. What a play from
Amazing.
Lipe Piv.
Very,
Runs the
very-
multi-street bluff, gets a monster to fold. Dingebreaker now by far the shortest stack.
Yeah, sick bluff. Pulling the trigger on the club river.
Wow.
Heart of a LAN. It's just amazing to see these guys to be comfortable enough to do that with $1 million on the line, the biggest online final table of the year. It's just, it takes a lot of self-belief to do that under the limelight. You know, friends, family watching, colleagues, and peers, and just to check raise and go for it. Really, really admirable bravery on the part of Lipe Piv. And, neck and neck.
Omaha smashing another flop here.
Yeah.
All right, take it easy. Golden Kappa, you banned. Thank you.
Yeah. Laszlo playing some other tables of Omaha, so he's just dealing with a big pot, big river decision on one of the high-stakes cash game tables he sits at.
Right.
This may only be the second or third biggest buy-in that he's dealing with, He's playing for $1 million here, but he might have $2 million in front of him on a different table. Who knows?
Ace Jack suited. Uh-oh. Kings for Paulinho.
Yeah, in his third time, or at least second time, he's picked up a big hand in the big blind. And Laszlo very high in his opening range on the cutoff.
Big 5x.
Consistent with the sizing. And it could be that this is just too big a hand. And wow. I mean, we're not up against ace 10. It's just a question of how does the jack work? Are we ever up against, is jack's part of the range that does this? So therefore it's relevant. Do we just need to put in, would we rather have something different? What does he know about Paulinho? How has he seen him play in the run up to it? Is this someone that would put in this many chips with the ace 4 off? And this is probably a real decision from Laszlo. Wow, he just...
Oh, my goodness. Top pair and a straight draw for Laszlo. Paulinho with the set of kings.
Wow. And, yeah, in general, you don't get to flat that much, but felt like that was the option with such sort of playability and going to be potentially punished
Small
for
bet
it.
here.
And this is exactly what you were talking about, Joe. Now it's like, well, you're in. Here's a little more. Here you go. And no heart on the turn. Actually outdrawn by ace 5, which is tiny bit relevant. And Paulinho knows that sometimes he's up against aces, right? As crazy as that sounds. Sometimes Laszlo does have aces. And he goes for the check. And sometimes, wow. This is a very intricate spot. SBR 0.6, stack to pot ratio. And does Omaha want to set a price for showdown here? I mean, hoping that this $3 million...
Another very small bet.
Yeah.
And this check might have made him almost $3 million more, because maybe if he shoves the turn here, Laszlo just elects to fold. Instead, he gets him to set the price.
River's a jack, so maybe not the best card for Paulinho. And it goes check, check. Both of them a little bit worried about what they're up against. Big pot, though, for Polino, who pulls away. Now up over 30 million.
Yeah, I can't help but feel Polino has to put the money in himself there.
Yeah.
Across the streets. You don't need to have a defensive range too much. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you've got enough ace deuce, ace three, ace four off and stuff that you need to be checking there a lot. Obviously, he's going to know his range and his strategy there. But very, very interesting hand. And it's just, I don't know whether you feel it, Griff. You obviously do more commentating than me these days. Or you, Joe. You obviously see so many finals. But I feel like again and again, you never get a final. It's always, see, everything's heightened by the extreme stakes that we're playing for. But you see these amazing little nuanced hands where even having played so much poker or seen so much poker, you can't be quite sure of the strategies and how it should exactly play. These, a big 3-bet pot like that, how exactly, people should play their ranges and what their strategies should be. Very interesting.
Yeah, I think the thing that was clear to me in that hand, and I agree that, maybe Polino shouldn't be having sort of a defensive line at any point, but in a lot of ways, I think that he made the most amount of money he could possibly have in that hand. The big 3-bet pre got the call. Obviously the small sizing on the flop got the call, and then on the turn, I think if and when he shoves at 11 million, I think Laszlo will make that big fold. Ooh. So allowing him to set the price, even a check shove would probably have induced a fold from the ace jack, and Laszlo's going to check back every card, including the one improving him to 2-pair. Yeah.
Griffin.
Very interesting.
Griffin, Sam.
Yeah, I'm ready.
You know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Chop pot. Bing, 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 bing.
Bing, bing, bing.
That was unorthodox.
Yeah, so we have a situation where Polino, having chipped up and chipped away at Omaha for rolls, very much in second place. He's going to have to sort of keep his nose clean. He's opening into the two big stacks and sort of stay in line until Dinge Binker either busts or doubles up. We know very much that this sort of mid position at a final table is a very, very difficult one to navigate and negotiate, and we'll have to tread carefully up to this point. Dinge Binker, of course, still under some effects of ICM, doesn't go away as some people think when you're the shortest. On the other hand, a little bit more free, as there's no one to outlast. And of course, it becomes more competitive four-handed. Again, you're taking directly from opponents. Dinge Binker there, hoping for a jam from an ace-deuce or an ace-4, something of that like. Neither player flopping a pair.
Binge drinker! I finally got it.
Yeah. Oh, wait a second. Oh my God, it's binge drinker.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is Dinge Brinker, but it's like
Yeah, no, Bringe drinker? What is a bringe? What is a bringe drinker?
A bringe dinker.
A bringe dinker. Oh, that I know.
Yeah, and
Polino. Turn here.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not fair, really.
That no equity, inverted commas, bluff in position, turning a pair to outdraw. But by the way, should we be Griffin, you've really gone a taboo. We've gone the whole final table, and professionals like Joe and James know that we don't promote reckless drinking. We promote reckless gambling, but not reckless drinking under any circumstances.
Neither thing. We promote neither.
Damn, 18 plus, play responsibly.
Be gamble aware. Be gamble aware. Laszlo, if you're watching, be gamble aware. But so that's why we haven't mentioned. That's why we kept it as Dinge Binker, bro. You shouldn't be highlighting that to younger viewers.
As a matter of fact, we changed it. We did change his name for the graphic.
And by the way, he's gone for a bluff with ace queen high. And
lovely.
This is what makes top-level poker amazing. You bluff with 6-5 high. Now you hit a 6 in your head, so now you check. You were calling with ace-queen high when you had. Now you realize you're behind. Now you bluff. It's just very remarkable to see the seemingly clairvoyant poker. And this is what a call, by the way.
Yeah. Nice call from Polino. What a great note. To
Hero.
say
nice.
goodbye to
He's a
Sam
thing.
Grafton on. Sam, thank you so much. You add so much to the
Cheers, guys.
commentary. Thanks, pal.
Love you, Sam.
Thank you, guys.
Is it
See you soon.
Supergirl?
Love, sure. Here you go.
I didn't even know she could do it on this graphic. That's great.
Goodbye to Supergirl and to Sam Grafton. We're going to check in on the medium event right now during the break. 4 players left in the medium as well. Rolandinho from Latvia is the overwhelming chip leader. 4-bet shove King Jack versus Vincent Fish, Ace King, and rivered a Jack. That's how they got all of those chips. And right now we're going to watch Rolandinho versus Aurelio. And at this table we got Rolandinho from Austria. Brazil is the flag being flown by Aurelio. I really should have figured out what all the flags were. Croatia from Mafo. And Bonbon is repping Ukraine.
Oh, and Mafo.
Oh boy!
Is repping
Wow,
Ace
look at these! Look at these
King.
hands here. Yeah, we got
Big
the
boy hands.
big slick energy. Pocket jacks for Rolandinho. How do you fold this to the open shove?
You don't.
You still have over 220 million if you lose this hand. There's the re-raise. Snowman's melted. Big old flip incoming, and it looks like Mofo is going to double up through Rolandinho. Whew. They're playing right now for a difference of around $400,000 in prize money between 4th and 1st place.
That's a lot of cheddar cheese.
I guess the 8s there would have ended up with a set, unfortunately.
Bad fold.
Bad fold. Asbestos Inferno says, I'm defo ready for high stakes. I would have certainly called with 8-8 and I'd be ahead Lamau. My guess is you would have called with 8-8 up against Ace, King, and Jacks way sooner than that in the tournament and probably would not have spiked the set and would not be at this final table. That's just me.
Well, I just resent the language of the comment. I would have certainly called with 8-8 and I'd be ahead. It's just wrong. You would have won, but you would have been behind.
Sure. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yes, you would only have been ahead on the turn.
Yeah. It might have come on the flop, actually. But
Whatever. Who can remember? This stuff goes way
thanks
too fast.
for dunking on me, guys. Ha ha. Well, you know, next time don't stand in the paint when Joe's throwing me an alley-oop.
You know, most of the hecklers I encounter in real life are people that want to be dunked on. They think it's they think they're helping.
Make me laugh, clown.
Yeah, exactly.
Say something funny.
Exactly. Wow, Aurelio with some really great instincts here to know that 8-5 is dominating 8-deuce.
This is the only way you get this deep in something like this. I'm actually really appreciating Aurelio's avatar right now because I see it as like the child of Supergirl who keeps flying and he just wants to be able to fly with her but doesn't know how yet. Mom, wait for me!
Mama!
Mama! Ma!
Mama! Hey, Mama! Hey, Mama!
Hey, Mama, I want to fly.
Rolandinho is going to get away with one there with the 6-3 offsuit. So Griffin's a big I think you should leave fan, but you gotta know that Tim Robinson is standing on the shoulders of giants with Tim and Eric, and Hey Mama is a Tim and Eric sketch.
There you go.
Ace Queen is going to raise here. 5 high for Aurelio. Aurelio. Oh, look. You know what? You know what's the new cringe? The word cringe, by the way. That's it.
Yeah.
Look. It's an instant ban for me. Maybe someone will take mercy on you later. But we are back to the 10K high, the scoop main event, the championship. And James Hardigan is back with us.
Hello, Joseph. Hello, Griffin. And an all-in on the very first hand back. Dinge Brinker shoving with ace-5 offsuit. And the shove gets through. 6.6 million. Dinge Brinker playing fewer than 10 big blinds, but is likely to get the double up here. Paulinho with queens. And Dinge Brinker with kings. And there is the all-in. And here comes the call. It is a domination situation. And a set of kings for Dinge Brinker. It's over on the turn. Abba Rose, inconsequential Barry as well, just for good measure. Dinge Brinker up over 13 million now. And interesting that we're four-handed in both the medium and the high. The low has been in the books for the better part of an hour.
Yeah, kind of interesting ending to the low. I don't know if you heard about it, James.
I did, yes. Deal refused by a player who then failed to make good on his quest to win the title. Top pair versus second pair here.
Man, this is some quality production, this Scoop. You all stepped up your game. Much appreciated. When's the last time you watched Scoop?
Sarcastic.
We've been doing this like the exact same way for like 5 years.
You're banned, Genuine Orange.
3, but I'll accept the mild exaggeration.
So very juicy turn card for Lipe here, who of course wants to find a lot of bets on this board in position as the aggressor in the stronger range. And I think he's probably going to want to bet again sometimes just to, you know, increase the pot a little bit more when you do hit your club or your queen or your 8. Going to fold out some straight draws that could improve on the river or that could bluff, and you'd have a tough time with that 8 sometimes. So this is designed to maybe sometimes get value from, say, a worse 8, and then also just be able to check back a card like that. I don't think he's going to be trying to get an ace to fold.
Such a delightful river card for ace-9.
Yeah.
So,
oh, well, that makes
Felipe
it easier.
Boyanovsky still with the chip advantage, but pretty much neck and neck with Laszlo Butash right now. Boyanovsky, by the way, has a scoop title from 2017. Won a $109 six max event for $58K. Does have $2.8 million in PokerStars earnings. One of 2 Brazilians, we have got 50% of the field at this final table now, is repping Brazil. The other playing being Paulinho, who's got the Grafton here, 10-9 suited, and still has the best hand on an ace-4 deuce flop.
Yep, I think Hardigan, Benger, and Grafton have really improved. Now,
What does that say about Joe?
There was no room for improvement.
Perfect?
He was already perfect, maybe too much, but that you already performing at the best of your ability.
Oh yeah, you're already.
But then it's an insult to the 3 of you.
Is it though?
Yes.
Let us think on this.
I think it's an insult to
Felipe
everyone. Ban them.
and the best hand.
Oh no, we got ourselves a disco. What a time to lose your connection. What a time for your ISP to let you down. Can you imagine that, Joe, your internet service provider, disconnecting your service on the day of the Scoop main event final table?
Look, I was just thinking yesterday that we haven't had a single disco in all of Scoop, and I wake up this morning and my internet is out, and now Lipe Piv's internet is out, and it's all my fault, and I'm sorry. I manifested this, and I'm sorry.
Well, looks like Lipe is back
First
and
time
raising the
last time.
king-queen.
I feel like we kind of deserve an even Stevens animation here for Lipe and Omaha for old stacks. What do you think?
Generally speaking, I don't like to talk about players being even Stevens unless they're heads up. But Griffin, because you are so nicely, you get your double O'Dwyers.
Dingy. Dingy in the dungeon with his deuce 3. Bottom of the deck.
Luckily, Joe, it wasn't too much of a sweat. Your internet connected in plenty of time before we went live this evening. It wasn't like you came back on with like 5 minutes before the broadcast began.
I don't want to jinx it, but my internet's pretty good around these parts.
I was going to say, this is the first time I've ever known you encounter any problems with your service.
It's usually in the middle of the night, and I'm out of town. So.
Right. Ooh, trips versus a pair of sixes.
Yeah, and this is pretty unfortunate for Polino, but the board can sure change in a hurry and might give him opportunities to fold later streets, but certainly on this flop is going to be continuing. And wow, quadded up. Woo!
Yes, and that means a full house for Paulinho.
And Polino wisely just checking here, allowing maybe some bluffs to start coming in, or even some sort of worse value bets. Even just like a decent ace high would want to maybe bet here on the turn to protect against, you know, Polino rivering a boat with a random rogue card. So Polino's going to think he's actually calling with the best hand a good percentage of the time here. Problem now is, you know, would Lipe ever take this line with an ace now? Probably not. So I think the range gets a bit tighter. The likelihood of Lipe somehow having a better hand gets stronger, especially with the big sizing, which we'll see, which is right there in the form of about 1.4x pot. And this sizing is completely all about attacking this exact range of hands. You know, you're not expecting to be hero called by ace high very often here. You're looking at targeting those 6x's and maybe those rivered 7x hands that, you know, could have had something like king 7 of spades. Surely would have check called here on the turn. Good fold.
Folds
Ah,
it.
what a fold.
And yep, still tied at the top between Felipe Boyanovsky and Laszlo Butash, as Boyanovsky now opens with ace-king and could do battle with the other Brazilian player. Once again, ace-king versus ace-10. Paulo Brombin, again a former Scoop champion, but won his title earlier this series. $530 turbo PKO. Has 3-bet the ace-10.
Yeah, I think you can just really comfortably play this as a 3-bet sort of side-fold off these 42-ish blinds. You know, if your opponent does 4-bet light here and just make a nice move, I think you're just kind of like, okay, like, well played,
Fair
I guess.
dues.
Just put in 10 million, yeah. But it's too strong a hand to just fold, and it gets a bit awkward just calling. Maybe sometimes you want to mix in some calls, but really I think a 3-bet fold is best. You're going to get so many folds from Lipe, who's opening so wide.
Well, bit of an advantage now for Lipe. Close to 60 million chips. Omaha for rolls playing 51 million. Dingebrinker, despite that double up, still the shortest stack at the final table with 10 million. And not defending the big blind with 9 deuce. Nines. Oh, an ace-king for Paulinho.
Big time. Ooh. Yeah, and about 34-ish bigs, 33 bigs effective. This, could just play as a straight shove here and would make... I mean, you don't really necessarily want to induce a small pair from 4-bet shoving here when Dingebreaker only has 9.8 million. And you can see that it's not a snap call from Lipe. Would Polino really just do this with pocket sevens here? I don't think so. Probably would just call, right? Wouldn't want to get coolered here with Dingebreaker stack. So that's where this pause is coming from. I think Lipe might be too high up in his range. We assume jacks would snap, tens would call, nines are like this side call, which is what we're seeing here. But
side
you don't win this flip. Suddenly, you're.
Oh! But the board runs out 4 deuce. That is a wheel. This is a chop pot, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
It was okay.
I know, but yesterday you said I was early, and so I did it as quickly as not the same time.
Were you still late?
I'm not mad at you. It's fine.
Basically, Joe ruined it. It's the kind of the key bit of feedback that we received. I would point out, no one was loving a chop pot more in that exact moment than Felipe Boyanovsky, who saw that ace on the flop and was like, balls, and then catches running cards to tie it with his opponent for a straight, and was very, very happy.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he said when he saw the ace. Balls. Shucks.
Well, whatever the Brazilian equivalent of balls is, I'm sure that's exactly what he said.
Yes. Can we please get some Brazilians in the chat to write some Brazilian curse words so we can have a better understanding of what he might have said?
Okay, so Griffin.
Pocket jacks.
Griffin,
yeah.
You don't get to overrule the PokerStars brand guidelines that state it's English only in the chat of our English-speaking channel.
Oh, that's fair. Okay.
In the same way that you don't have the right to award random prizes that we don't have. The same way that you don't have the right to sing licensed music.
Licensed music.
Whoever says
Griffin,
the most creative Brazilian curse word gets a scoop ticket. Okay. Jax flopping best here on 963.
Griffin, if you wanna belt out Baba, Black Sheep, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, I'm a Little Teapot, go for it. Sing to your heart's content. It's not gonna cost us a dime.
I'm a little
Amazing Grace.
Hot, short, dense, stout.
Exactly. And Jack's kind of look like a teapot now.
Yeah.
No, not really. Anyway, what a flop for Jax, huh? 9 high. You feel like you just flopped the nuts.
What is with Lipe in the backdoor flush draws with ace jack? Am I right? You remember that other one, Joe?
Yeah, I do remember that other one.
Do you? What were the hands?
Well, ace jack suited versus a hand that wasn't as good.
It was the same opponent. Omaha for rules. The board was queen 3-3. What did Omaha for rules had?
Omaha for rules had king queen.
Yes.
But it was Dingebreaker. Dingebreaker was the one that had the king queen.
No.
Yep.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Yep.
It was Omaha for rules. He opened the button. Ace jack suited. Now I'm confused. Oh, Dingebreaker had the king queen when he folded the king queen against Lipe Pive's ace 5. Pive's.
On queen 3-3.
Queen, yes. But that was a different queen 3-3. There was another queen 3-3. Look, he backdoored a flush again.
Oh, come on.
Ooh. Let's live in the present.
Because it's a gift.
That's right.
This is running cards for a chop, running cards for a flush.
I'm telling you, this was relevant. This is the same situation that happened. Ace jack suited. Really unlucky for Omaha for rolls.
Am I right in thinking this is the biggest stack anyone's had at this final table? 73.6 million now for Felipe.
Yeah. Big one.
And a rose.
And a rose.
See, if you want to allude to a song, Griffin, you can say it. I've been kissed by a rose from the grave. Just don't sing
I didn't
it.
know that. I feel like these are
You can
details
kind of
should
get
know
done
before.
for doing too many lyrics in a row, but I think just
Correct.
saying one line is fine.
Exactly. There is.
You know, we came up with one of my earlier podcasts, a prank where if you seal someone into a place and then play "Kiss from a Rose" so that they can't get out and they have to listen to it blasting, it's called sealing someone. So you can trap someone in a car with "Kiss from a Rose" blasting. It's sealing them in the car.
I
Griffin.
like that.
Griffin, which 1995 blockbuster movie had that song on the soundtrack?
Easy.
Um,
On the same podcast, we used to play a game called Memorable Song, Forgettable Movie, and this was one of the trivia questions.
Yep.
well, the chat has already said it. Independence Day is my guess.
Which is 1996, so that's not even the right year. Batman Forever,
Yeah.
which also had that awesome U2 song as well.
Hold Me, Thrill Me, Kiss Me.
Kill Me.
How does public
Kill me.
domain is Sound of Music public domain? Can I just belt out some
No.
Sound of Music?
It is
No.
not.
Okay.
Nope.
No.
Well, you guys should probably take down one of the streams that Nick and I did a month or two ago. We were just saying the whole soundtrack.
Great.
If it happens on someone
James,
else's
I'm
watch,
kidding.
that's
James,
their
I'm
problem.
lampooning you. 9's on the button, Lipe. Cards.
Aren't you
been a
more
little
frightened
dead
that I found that
since last
completely plausible?
action. Yeah, that was very frightening. I was like, I better correct this before he sends too many emails. Jack
The
and
Jables.
Jill, Joe and James. I could say Jack and Jill went up the hill and had a pocket
Whoa.
pair,
Sorry,
right?
sorry. There's some inaccurate information being spread in the Twitch chat, and I have to challenge it. Batman Forever does not have Arnold Schwarzenegger in it. He's in Batman and Robin. Batman Forever is the one with Jim Carrey and Tommy Lee Jones as the villains.
Yeah.
And Nicole
kind of
Kidman plays the
watchable.
love interest.
And
she was recast in the fourth movie. Was it Elle Macpherson took over the role?
Yes, I think you're right. Also, Val Kilmer couldn't turn his head in the suit, and he found that very difficult in playing the character. Imagine just not being able to ever turn your head. So that's people said he had a wooden performance, and might explain it.
Okay, Thussell said something nasty about Nicole Kidman, so you're going to get banned.
Nicole
you don't
Kidman
come
is.
after my
did
girl.
you just
called
accidentally pin a
Generation's
tweet?
Best
Pin
actress.
a message?
Oh, I did it again, didn't I? At least I now know how to unpin it.
Big
I
Little
find
Lies.
this whole interface very, very confusing.
She played that cult leader in that show. Was it an HBO miniseries? That was great. What was that?
Don't forget the AMC intro, which is maybe the greatest thing that's ever been played in a cinema.
Right. Yes.
Meanwhile, Laszlo has kings and opens to 1.4 million. The sailboats for Felipe Boyanovsky.
I mean, why not? Why not do a little set miming here, huh? You got the chips. You could knock out the player with the second most number of chips. Let's go. Let's set mime.
Are we set miming now? I can't talk while I'm doing it, right?
Set mime fail.
We'll work on it. Oh, God. Well, officially the nerdiest thing has been said on Twitch from Hawkingen. Christian Bale is the best Batman. Michael Keaton is the best Bruce Wayne. You're banned! Do you want to do it in the comic book guy voice there, James? As you
Christian Bale, best Batman.
podcast.
Michael Keaton, best Bruce Wayne. No argument. Case closed.
The This might be controversial, but I kind of like Ben Affleck as Bruce Wayne.
I thought Affleck was pretty solid.
I guess he was okay.
I think he was helped by the fact that everything around him in the movies he starred in as Batman was so bloody awful that he really looked good.
Omaha for rolls being like, hey, want to give me like 770? Like, maybe I'm just like really thinly value betting ace king. Trying to get you to call ace queen. Don't fall for it, Felipe.
Wow. Big Papa Swag says, I'm sorry, this might be heinous, but our Pat smashed it for me. I thought Robert Pattinson was awesome. I love the Batman. I just rewatched it recently. I think it's great.
Agreed.
I need a rewatch. Actually,
Matt Reeves just knows what he's doing. I don't think Matt Reeves has made a bad movie from what I can remember.
One of the gifts I got for my birthday was a Lego Batman set inspired from the Batman movie. Like, I'm a 5-year-old, so I'm excited to build it and watch the movie again.
Yeah, 5-year-olds can't afford that.
Yeah, it's like the big one with like you're building like the serious Batmobile.
No 5-year-old deserves that. They know who they're selling to. Rich nerds.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially those sets are like 250 quid, and they normally are like 15 plus, which means basically 40
I was
plus.
really surprised that that someone got it for me, to be honest. But it was a reference to a video where I was like 8 or 9 years old of my parents filming me and asking me what I wanted for my birthday, and I just said I wanted Legos and everyone to have a good time. 9 on the turn. Omaha for rolls. I finally got my Legos. Paulino's in trouble here.
See, this is a really, really weird thing for me because this is one of those Atlantic divide. On this side of the continent, it's Lego. Whether it's singular or plural, it's Lego. And to hear anyone with a North American accent talk about their Legos just really tilts the out of me.
It's like saying fishes instead of fish.
So, Dinge Brinker has dropped down below the 6 million mark again. Dinge Brinker back below 10 big blinds. Dinge Brinker in the danger zone.
Danger zone! I thought we were going to do it together. Now I feel like I stole your thing, Joe.
No, Joe's actually banning people.
Okay. You're okay that I did it, right? You're not going to be mad at me?
No. No, I am not mad. King Jack for Felipe, a.k.a. Felipe.
The old Kojak.
Yeah, just going to open shove here. Plays quite nice. Going to fold out so much from Polino. Can't really call many hands here when you're looking at a $150,000 pay jump if you just wait for Dinge Brinker to bust. Aces!
Two of my favourite hands here. Aces plus the bond. 7-5 of spades. Although does not connect with this flop. Min bet from Felipe with the aces. And the fold from 7-5. Why is 7-5 of spades the bond? You shouldn't need to ask that question.
But you know you want to answer it.
I'm just going to point people in the direction of the Poker in the Ears podcast that Joe and I did back in 2021 where we celebrated the 15th anniversary of Casino Royale and talked to the movie's poker consultant about the poker game where Bond wins a not insignificant hand with 7-5 of spades.
Ooh, can we play that fun game again where I make you guess what number that is in your podcast history? You see how close you were?
That one's going to be pretty easy.
Oh, you know it.
Really?
Wasn't it very close to like a round number? Wasn't it incredibly close to?
So
Was it
episode 200.
007?
Episode 200 was in December 2020. Then the Casino Royale episode would have been around October, November the following year. We normally record between 30 and 40 episodes a year, so it's going to be probably around. It's going to be around 230. I'll say 200. Episode 230. Do I now have to look it up, Griffin? Do I have to now check it?
No, I think. Oh, look, Statric is on it.
What number was it?
He
Oh,
said
it was
back. No, he got it.
Guys.
He nailed it. I told you it was a round number.
Guys, this is
Whoa, Dinge Brinker all in with King 9 suited.
This might be a bye-bye.
Yeah. And this
Domination.
is going to be a
Indeed.
call and no rotation on the flop or turn or river, and that will take us down to 3 as Laszlo Butash, Omaha for rolls, eliminates Dinge Brinker in third place. Dinge Brinker cashing for in fourth place, cashes for $422,000. The final 3 all guaranteed more than $500,000 with $1 million up top, and it is still Felipe Boyanovsky with the chip lead, $80 million. Laszlo Butash with $50 million. And now Paulinho, the short stack with around 20 big blinds.
Oh, yeah.
Boom.
Oh, yeah. Get him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Thank you for that, Griffin.
Do it, Paulino.
Queen 9 on the button.
Do it.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is not getting called. So
Man, I wish
the
the big
high has now moved ahead of the medium in terms of number of players remaining. Still four-handed. And remember, that one dropped down to 6 in the first 25 minutes of play. So we've been slower and steadier, but we're down to 3. The 1K still four-handed. King of Kings, are these the final 3? Yes, they are.
Thank you for your question.
The final 3 from a starting field of 587, which was 396 unique players with 191 re-entries.
That's so many re-entries.
Lipe with that high-low combo from the small blind here, gonna really pressurize a lot of Omaha for rolls opens here because, I mean, Laszlo at this stage really wants to lock up that extra 200 grand. So is going to be staying out of the way of the chip leader.
Proper blind level incoming, by the way.
It will certainly be easier to determine how many big blinds Paulinho has. I mean, as long as he stays at 16 million. Cyboro asks, is there a player that people agree is the best tournament player? Not in this tournament. I am talking overall. No. Thank you for your question.
I was just going to quickly address the question about nationalities of the players remaining at the final table. It is a familiar narrative for a major online series on PokerStars. 2 Brazilians in the final 3, including the chip leader, Felipe Boyanovsky, the other player being Paulo Brombin, who is the short stack right now. And Omaha for rolls, Laszlo Butash is playing from Hungary.
Is it just... No, okay.
What's wrong?
No, I was just trying to figure out if there's a really dirty river card, but 7's not that dirty, is it?
Well, double gutter now for Omaha for rolls facing this 40 ish percent pot bet and rivers the straight.
Yeah.
And this might just be
There.
Paulino. This might be the end. I mean, if you think that you can fold out
What?
a 10 here sometimes, so much to gain with what's in the middle there. It's going to be tough. You know, he
Oh
does
my God, does
Oh,
bluff the
no.
river.
Yeah.
Snap called, and that is going to take us down to 2. We're heads up in the 10K scoop main event. Paulo Bromban out in 3rd place of 569 grand. Both players now
Bromban.
guaranteed more than $250,000, with a difference of around 250K between first and second. And I guess now we see if these players have any interest in looking at the numbers or whether they are just going to play for it all. Blinds have just gone up to 400,000, 800,000.
So they're playing for $250,000 difference, which is
Whew.
was the first place prize in many of the events we covered.
Correct. There we go.
Oh.
There's the question from Felipe. Want to see numbers? Question mark.
Oof. This might be a freeze out. You can't sit with us. Play a bit,
Oh.
maybe.
Play a bit, maybe later. Okay. Okay, cool. GL.
I think that want to look at numbers is like the least weak way of asking for a deal. Like if you just like click the box, people are like, nah, dog, I don't need it. But you go, yeah, you want to look at numbers? It's cooler. You just put your hand on the wall, like, yeah, should we take a look at the numbers? No big deal.
Yeah, like we don't have to make a deal or anything, but we can just like take a look. at the
Just look
numbers.
at the numbers.
Yeah,
Look
that's
at the
cool.
numbers. I mean, if you want to, I thought I'd be nice and ask.
Whenever, like, listen, we're both here. There are numbers there. We can just see what they look like at, like, you know, my chips.
That's
your
right,
chips.
super cash.
It's just a casual thing. It's one drink.
This is numbers. Come on, look at the numbers. Hey, wouldn't it be
Look at
really
them with
funny
me.
if we looked at the numbers right now? Like as
You
a
know, it'd
joke,
be
we could just look at the numbers.
crazy, like, you know, it'd be so weird. If we just, I don't know, like, just looked at the
It'd be so
numbers.
funny.
It would be so fun. It would be like, it'd be ridiculous.
It's so
So I
random.
know that we have the human calculator in attendance, but Griffin, you're also
No.
a proficient poker player, so you should be able to answer this as well. How deep is this heads-up battle right now? How many big blinds does each player have?
Lipe has pretty much exactly 100 big blinds, including
Ooh.
his big blind there. And Omaha for rolls is in that sort of 80 big blind territory.
Okay, so basically
Cool.
see you at midnight is what we're saying right now.
Yeah.
This could go the distance.
Might as
But
well on
can
the
it
last
go for
day.
speed?
I'm ready. I got a back waxing appointment in about 3.5 hours. Do you think I'll make that?
I now have an image in my head that I really didn't want, but yes, I think you will.
All right. Nice.
What do they... I'm going to regret asking this question. What do they
Yeah.
do with the hair that gets removed? Does it get recycled or repurposed somehow?
No, it's stuck to the paper. They can't really do much with it. I was thinking of
Right.
taking it home with me and selling them on Etsy.
I'm playing hockey with Pascal
Make a
Lafrancois'
merkin out of
avatar in 5 hours, so we need this to be done in about 4.
Not having any body hair removed before then, Griffin?
No, not this time. But he's cute. Sam Chartier gave me a ride home from the Playground Poker Club this weekend, and then I told him I play hockey, and now he's asking me to be a sub tonight. It's exciting.
Fun domination situation with the jacks, with the fun little jacks
Yeah.
to play with.
Yeah, big pot here. Playing it as a 3-bet pre in Omaha for rolls. Is this a 3-bet pre? This is big pot. It's a big pot. He's telling me hockey stuff. That's big. Bit of a loose call from Omaha for rolls, but with this check, maybe Laszlo might just find a bet. Oh, Lipe, just plop in a check raise.
Check
Very
and
difficult.
raise, but no. And they're drawing closer together. Ace-4 versus ace-deuce now.
Yeah, we are about 4 million chips away from another certain graphic, which I really like. But I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it.
Oh.
But the Stevens could get evens, if you know what I mean.
I'm surprised jinx is a word we're still allowed to say. It seems like the kind of thing that someone would be like, no, it means something racist. Yeah, no, we can't say jinx
they
anymore.
let us keep jinx, I think.
Here's another one I'm surprised we're allowed to say. Don't steal this because I'm working on a stand-up bit about it. Binge watch. I can't believe they're, with all the body shaming and eating disorders out there, they still binge watch is just totally fine. No big deal.
Yeah.
King high,
Binge watch,
still ahead
that's right.
I, yeah. I actually prefer to dinge watch throughout this scoop, you know?
Binge watcher.
8-6 versus
Decided to
7
focus on the
deuce.
poker for a second, then realized we had nothing to say about it.
I was thinking about Jinx, the Bond girl, who nearly got her own spin-off movie. There was even a screenplay and everything. But
Is that Halle Berry?
Is that Halle Berry?
yeah, the lackluster response
Jinx,
to Die Another
Jinx,
Day.
you owe me a Coke, Joe. That's good.
Other sodas are available.
Yes.
Ten good.
There was a
10 good.
genuine concern at that time about a female-led action movie, but also that the character didn't really have a fan base. The movie wasn't really well received by anyone. And when they took the decision to bin off Brosnan and reboot the franchise, it's like, yeah, we're shelving that idea.
It's always awkward, right? Like when they change out the Bond, but like keep one or two other actors, and you're like, why did they keep M and no one else?
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't their intention. The intention was to do a completely clean reboot and not have any elements from the old series, but Judi Dench was so beloved, and they just couldn't think of anyone else to cast in that role, so I didn't mind it.
So
It's
she
like
was just a
J.K.
new
Simmons
M.
is the only one that made it through all the Spider-Man movies, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, listen, we're going to need to create some sort of multiverse situation so that we can get J.K. Simmons to play.
I know that there's a huge amount of subjectivity in this conversation, but the claim that Pierce Brosnan is the best Bond is just plain wrong. But thank you for your comment.
Now, if you want to get James to agree with you, you can say that GoldenEye is one of the best Bond movies.
Yes, I will accept that.
Starred Pierce Brosnan.
You guys, this is some ASMR here. I mean, look at this.
Yeah, this is big. Here we go. Top pair versus topper pair.
Canadian money.
Oh, trip queens now. And we could see
Goodness.
a change in the chip lead after this hand.
So do you just switch now from hoping your opponent had a queen to hoping they have spades?
Well, this lead is meant to accomplish a couple things. It's not just the queens. It's also just like the six that is kind of just like being like, you can't raise me because I could have a queen. And now, yeah,
Wow.
Lipe is doing this just to get calls from those spades and sixes and queen so that, he can just check back the river. So this is a way to get value and also sort of set the price. And now it's just going to play as an easy check.
Wow, everything that he was hoping he could be up against just came in. A 6, a spades, or a queen. Completely boned here.
So maybe Omaha wants to find some bets here, because like if you just think your opponent's going to check back so often, that's weird. And maybe you have missed diamonds sometimes and are just taking a last stab. There it is. There's the donk bet for 25% pot and perfect size.
How do you fold this for that amount?
Because, this is sick. This is just really well played.
4.8 into 19.3. There's the call, and the dynamic does indeed change. It's now 81 million for Laszlo Butash, 64 million for Felipe Boyanovsky. By the way, Asifo is in the chat saying, I watch You Only Live Twice this weekend. I'm just going to say, Sean Connery movies have dated really badly. He is either hitting women, forcing himself on women, or in the case of the movie that Asifo referenced, becoming Japanese. It's one of the most painful scenes in the entire franchise. And there have been some bad scenes in Bond history. But Sean Connery becoming Japanese is really, really awful.
Not only is it offensive, he doesn't even look good. He's not even passable Japanese. If he was like a stuntman in a movie, you'd be like, who's the white guy stuntman? Didn't they find enough Japanese people? I didn't even get to see if a flush hit the river there. Come on.
Disappointing.
They're really going for it here.
Yeah, these two have really shown themselves to be, incredibly skilled and aggressive. So as much as this feels like it could take forever, there could be a couple of really, really big hands that just change the fortune. And then, you never know. This doesn't necessarily have to conflict with a certain wax appointment.
Should highlight that it is now also heads up in the 1K main event as well. Significant chip discrepancy in that one. Ronaldinho, the Latvian player, has 332 million, and Motho from Croatia has 88 million. Vlad is worried about you, Joe. Are you okay? You look sad.
Yes, I'm fine. Maybe I'm. Do you think I'm worried? Maybe I'm just a little too worried about my back wax later. I know I'm in for a big one.
Inflated pot all of a sudden between the dominated 8-3 of diamonds and the king 8 of spades, but Omaha for roll is getting one of those boards that I think king 8 of spades may have to let it go.
Does.
And look at that. The power of being the aggressor, it gives you a stronger range, and you really kind of have to flop some sort of piece. I think maybe if there was a spade on the flop, Lipe would call sometimes, but without a spade, gonna be forced to fold.
Ooh, fun here. 7, 8, 9, 10, jack, pair of 9. Okay.
Pair of 9s. Ultimately, the best hand and a draw.
Okay, yep. So a pair of 9s.
Henrik says, James, can you please sometimes say something about the 1K final table, please? No need for the double please, Henrik, but also, hopefully by now, you've heard me reference the fact that it's heads up in the 1K with a huge chip lead for Ronaldinho and Moffo 13 trying to stay in contention.
Nice value
Translation
there from Lipe.
Something. Thank you for
Or
your
pardon me,
question.
from Omaha. Yeah, Omaha value betting that 9 on the river, really nice, finding the value from just the pair of 7s of Lipe. But now we have 2 very strong hands when it comes to heads-up poker, and a very strong crab delicious flop.
Crab
soup
people,
flop.
crab people.
And this is a massive check raise, and I don't think Omaha is going to really be going anywhere. Drawing to the nuts, the backdoor diamonds. But this is a 6x practically. So this pot's going to get big real quickly.
How big?
Well, with that turn, if we see an 8-digit bet from Lipe, I think maybe we'll see some folds from Omaha. Like if this goes sort of 12 to 15 million, you know, Omaha just having the king high now might decide to make a fold.
Sick.
But had this turn been,
just,
you know, a diamond or, yeah.
There's the fold. But still holding on to the chip advantage, and now has the snowmans.
Num 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 num.
Please give me some num timing reviews. Ooh. I think that's an 8 or a 9.
You got a 9. Stop the count.
Stop the count!
Queens and deuces for Omaha for rolls.
Deuces for Lipe.
Is it my imagination, or is this funny things going across my screen and new development on YouTube? I don't care for it.
What funny things?
Oh man, I've been ignoring YouTube. Whoops.
I'll go on YouTube.
You get like emojis bouncing up and down the screen. Not our ones, not our proper animations, but like stuff that I assume the audience is pressing.
I don't think so.
Never seen it before.
Like on the actual screen or in the chat?
It's kind of in the chat.
It's not showing up for me.
Huh. Are you all right, James?
Yeah, I just...
He's getting some visuals over there. Are you coming down from EDC right now?
Yeah, you've been festivaling again?
I think Glastonbury's this weekend, right? Are you getting ready a little early?
Someone's there's hearts and faces. Look,
Yeah,
look.
Okay. Hey, James, sun's getting real low. Come on in, buddy. It's okay.
Oh, actually, you know what? I don't think my chat ever refreshed from when YouTube went down like 4 hours ago.
No, I'm seeing them, James. I now opened YouTube.
It's not. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah. Yeah. Can we turn them off? No,
I don't know how to.
No, I can do one. I did a heart now. I just did 100.
No, don't add to them.
For the birthday thing.
Is there a big hand happening? Just real quick, anybody? I just want to make sure no one's. I'm not looking.
We're not missing anything. This hand's boring.
Okay, yeah, there is some stuff on chat. Okay, I see it now.
Yeah, it's hearts, and then it's. You guys seeing my 100? I keep doing 100. Would they show all my hundreds?
Now, not that either of these players deserves it, but I can't promise that if I were to not be on the stream like in 10 minutes or so, that I would be able to resist cranking it.
Been a while, has it?
Yeah, it has. I haven't had a moment to myself.
So, pair of
Juicy
five.
River.
Trip fives now.
Yes, and the quick call. Oh, boy. Laszlo extending the lead. How Laszlo can you go?
Look, I think these are both deserving champions, obviously, for a scoop main event, the big one. But Laszlo, I mean, come on. How big of a force has Omaha for rolls been in the last 3 years since we started heavily covering online poker?
One thing I was going to say is that earlier I saw some people referencing the fact that there are no TV players at this final table. I think I'm right in saying, Joe, that the EPT Monte Carlo TV shows from last year have started airing in the States. I think they're on Fox Sports at the moment.
Yes.
That includes the Super High Roller. Laszlo Butash is at the final table of that Super High Roller, so he was very much in that TV show.
So there.
Okay, so quite an interesting hand developing here. If we remember, there was a hand probably about 15, 20 minutes ago with the Jack 10, Jack 9 where Lipe 3-bet pre-flop and then just check folded on the dryish board to the Jack 9 bet of Omaha for rolls. This time does it with pocket eights, which have flopped pretty strong. You know, only the one over in the form of the 9, and Omaha rolls has taken the bait because it worked last time. This is going to be a big swing pot. We're looking at 33 million going to be in the middle here going to the river. And if Omaha for rolls can, find a third barrel, find a queen or a 10, this could be a big swing either way and really could determine, the way the rest of this thing goes. That's a pretty bad card for Laszlo because it was kind of trying to represent the 9 or the 7. And now there's just so many out there that it's kind of hard to have, right? And the eights have not been counterfeit despite the 2-pair on board.
$3.2.
I dare you, Lipe says, with the 10% pot bet. I double dog, main event, heads up, dare you.
Fold the queen here. Make him look like a jerk.
Do it, you coward. That's what he's saying.
Well, whatever. It is the call, and that sees a shift in momentum yet again. Now it's Felipe with the chip lead.
These two players are just unreal. This is
yeah,
phenomenal.
that was the I'll pay you because I want to see it. What have you done? What have you done?
And I don't think he would have paid one chip more. It's just
yeah,
so good.
Yeah, these guys are sick. Yeah, Superfake at HS says in the Twitch chat, call for info, interesting. That might be, okay, so there are some scenarios where if you do find yourself on the river with, let's just say, a counterfeit pocket 6s there or something, that maybe you do want to fire out 10%, because if your opponent does have something like queen high, you would hate to just check or give up. So maybe there is some small percentage of the time Omaha for rolls thinks queen high could be good, but most of it I think is the call for information.
Right.
Find out what he had there, what he's doing,
Because a jack and a 10 high might fold if you were counterfeited there, right? And you made a 10%. Right?
Yeah.
Three, 4, 6, 7.
Yeah, you would hate to lose to, let's say, Jack 10 there if you had pocket 6s, right? A hand that, is just probably not going to call a 10% bet.
Oh.
Did no one tell Spooky Bick about the honor system for this event? This is strange.
Yeah, they promised they wouldn't watch.
Yeah, Spooky Vic, there is an honor system that works here with these streams where the players agree amongst themselves that, it would be unfair to watch whatever
And
one
I
has.
believe in the history of Scoop, there was only one occasion when a player violated that honor system and switched the stream on. And now, whenever they walk into a poker room, everyone turns their backs on them.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I'm now commentating. Two great heads-up hands here. The king, queen off. which is at this stack depth going to be strong enough to be like 7.2 million. Leap A. Why don't you leap out of this hand? I don't want to. I have a suited king. Let's see 3. Laszlo. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
What do we need for this to end the tournament? A king and a 3?
We need a 3. Yeah. We just need a rogue 3.
Rogue 3 standing by.
Rogue 3 standing by.
Our producer's a Star Wars nerd, and he is melting down right now.
Hang on a second. There must be a Rogue 3, because Rogue 2
There's a Rogue
was
1.
the snow speeder that was searching for Han and Luke in The Empire Strikes Back. So there probably is a Rogue 3.
They just stopped it. They just stopped at 2.
Gatecrasher 108 just says in Twitch chat, Porkins is dead.
We talked about
Wait,
that the
little
other day.
baby
There's
Porkins?
There's no way. There's no way
Little
that any
baby
character
Porkins.
called Porkins is making it to the end credits. He was doomed the moment he was given the
Certified
name
showed.
Porkins.
Porkins is one of the most aggressive babies I've ever seen.
Yeah, yeah.
So we end that session with Omaha for Rolls reclaiming the chip lead, although that advantage is swinging between both players as the heads-up battle continues in the high buy-in main event. We're moving across the PokerStars arena to the medium buy-in main event. This is the 1K, which had 4,206 total entries, is down to 2 players, playing for a difference of around 200k in prize money, 424,000 for the runner-up, 600k for the winner, and it is still Ronaldinho with the chip advantage over Mofo 13.
So many chips in play still.
Joe, is that short for anything? Yeah, Ronaldinho.
That's my full name. Thank you, Glizzy. It was Bart Harley Jarvis as the aggressive
That's the
baby.
aggressive one. Yeah, I didn't want to call you out there and correct you, but
That's okay.
this is Bart Harley Jarvis erasure. He's trying to get Harley. Top 2 pair.
Queens and Jacks versus a pair of 9s.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh, wow. Trip 9s now for the chip leader.
Lead, 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 lead. Yes.
You can't
Not
not call this,
Bahamut.
right?
Not Bahamut vying for our jobs with the observation on Twitch. This is a cooler.
Wow,
Oh.
he sure is.
No call from Mofo. It's a raise.
Well, this is interesting
sick.
because it's similar in principle to the aces against queen 3 hand that we saw between Laszlo and Lipe, where you have such a strong non-trip hand that you want to kind of raise to set the price and be able to check back the river, so you don't call this 5 million and then have to call 20 million on the river. Instead, you put out the 14 and you can just check back. And I think that's what Mofo intends to do here. Mofo?
Mofo. Let's not use that other pronunciation, please.
Fair play. So instead, does want to eke out a little more value in case Ronaldinho has just like a queen or a jack, and now you've just, yeah, this is a big deficit.
So blinds at the moment are 1.75, 3.5 million. So 20 big blinds for Mofo.
Wow.
Come on, Roland. You've got Pair of sixes and the straight draw. Now you've got the straight.
I mean, Mofo doesn't really stand a chance if this keeps happening.
$5 million on the turn and a fold. 353 million plays 65 million.
Jack 8 suited, so pretty.
Mofo raises the button.
Ooh.
And we have a flush draw against top pair.
Oh boy, oh boy. Lana Man asking, what tournament is this? This is a No Limit Texas Hold'em tournament. Thank you for your question.
Oh, here's the flush.
Ugh.
What was that?
My reaction to this cooler turn card. Thank you for your question.
Alas, we are denied Street Flash on the river. But this is going to be another pot shipped in the direction of the chip leader. The question is, how big is this pot going to get? Is Mofo going to lose any more?
Over under 13 million? Quickly, boys.
Over.
Whoa! Nice job.
16.4. Mofo in the tank. Folds
Good
it.
fold.
What a laydown.
And we are switching back to the high buy-in final table. This is the 10K scoop main event as Joe goes on his second break of the evening, promising to crank it and maybe push this towards its conclusion. We have established that there are still a lot of chips in play. This is a deep stack heads-up battle, Griffin.
Yeah, and two just incredible poker players that have shown their might, not just on this final table, but really over the course of the last few days, every time we've had the pleasure of watching them. And it hasn't always been easy. I mean, you know, we heard about that incredible ace-4 suited against aces run out for Omaha for rolls. So really taking advantage. And that's what some of the best aggressive players really do, is the times that they do, you know, go a little crazy and get lucky, they're just almost impossible to get the chips back from. But Lipe's been playing really well. A worthy adversary.
Who've just tuned in asking if any deal has been discussed or agreed. When they got heads up, Felipe asked Laszlo if he was interested in looking at the numbers. He didn't say no outright. He said, I want to play for a bit. Maybe we'll look later. Since then, hasn't come up again in conversation. No deal agreed. They are playing for the advertised payouts, which means 768 grand for the runner-up and more than $1 million for the winner. 5, 6, 7.
Well, I find the answer from Omaha for rolls quite interesting, because it could be completely genuine in that, you know, he does want to play for a little while and look later. But I also think that if he didn't want to play, it's a respectful no to say maybe later, you know, instead of just saying like no. There's something kind of nice little check raise here from Lipe, showing why he is such a worthy opponent. Beautiful work there, and now taking over the chip lead, and now
with the aces. But no action. So, yeah, Lipe with the slight chip advantage. It's been swinging between the two of them, though.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think it's a nice way of saying like, I
Yeah, I
respect
hear
your
you.
game enough that I would deal, but a part of me thinks that maybe he doesn't want to. Just from some of the things that Sam suggested with him and how much of an end boss he is, might just want to play for that extra, 300 some odd
Sure.
thousand. 9, 10, jack, queen, queen. No, 9, 10, jack, queen. Don't play the other queen. It's not a straight. It's 10 high. It's the best hand.
Okay, so Felipe opening up a little bit of an advantage now. Blind's going up very shortly, but it's one of those imaginary blind levels. $450,000, 900,000.
Yes, one of your favorite levels, and one we don't find very often. What with so many chips having to need to be in play for a level like this, so it's a party for James.
Do they really need to not go to 500 and a million? They'd still be playing 66 big blinds deep. That's right, Tom. This level sucks. Worst blind level ever.
Oh, it never gets old. I hope Joe is still listening, because I think that we're about to knock this one out of the park, James. What do you think?
Well, Griffin, this has ended in a chop. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot. Oh, baby. Oh, God, just... Yeah! Oh, yeah! The Disgusting Brothers!
He's Greg. I want to make that clear.
Everyone knows I'm Greg.
Now, of course, Joe is probably not watching or listening right now, because Joe said he needed to crank it. And if he gets that cooler machine going, maybe we're going to see some massive pots.
Yeah, Joe found out I called us the Disgusting Brothers, and I've been calling Joe and I the Disgusting Brothers too. So I didn't think he'd be listening. Damn. Where are Griffin's eyes? They're right here. Can you see me? Joe, you just made a great reference. It's great. We're always listening, we have to assume. Almost even Stevens.
Oh, you know what? It's close enough.
Yeah, there they are. I actually had a nice chat with Steve about that in Monte Carlo. It's like,
what about the Even Stevens meme?
Yeah, I was like, have you seen the graphic? He's like, no, I've heard about it though. I've heard about Even Stevens.
I've heard about it.
My laurels will be in touch.
Oh no, he's going to be in. He's tied up in legal red tape in his battles against Lufthansa. He's not going to come after us.
Yeah. No, he's got.
Num 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 num.
Damn, I'm getting good at timing the num-num, not gonna lie. NGL.
There are kings here for Felipe Boinovsky. And Laszlo Butas just betting with 8 high.
Not gonna work.
Well, Griffin. Joe's cranking has resulted in an outcome, but not in this tournament. Joe's cranking has led to the conclusion of the 1K main event, the medium buy-in main event. It won't surprise you to learn that Ronaldinho Joe managed to see the job through to the conclusion. Apparently, I'm advised by StatTrick that Moffo 13 ran a triple barrel bluff with a missed straight draw.
Ooh.
And the winner made the call with second pair. That means Ronaldinho gets $600,000 and Moffo 13 gets 424K for second. So this is the last main event final table running. We're done in the low, we're done in the medium, just the high to see through to its conclusion now.
And lost in that very well done update, James, was a bluff from Laszlo on the river for pot and a big fold from the pair of kings from Lipe.
Huh.
So that, that would have been a pretty significant swing. We would have seen, Laszlo have 10 million less chips, but instead of it being 80 to 60, it's 70-70.
What do you think of when you hear Laszlo?
I think of What We Do in the Shadows TV show.
Interesting.
What do you?
I immediately think of Victor Laszlo from Casablanca.
Hmm. Did you ever watch What We Do in the Shadows, like the movie at least?
I tried watching the movie and I just couldn't get into it. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I forgive you. Omaha for rolls. Great opportunity to bluff catch here, and you have to imagine that at least some of the times Lipe might go for a big bluff on this river, but it's going to be tough. Omaha could easily sniff it out with worse than an ace here. A 6 is not much different. So is Lipe going to maybe realize that this isn't the spot? And if a bluff comes in, I bet it's going to be for a significant amount. So this could actually be a very, very important pot, James. Whether or not Lipe decides to go for it, and it could be in the form of over 20 million. Nice check back, finding the give up.
That is going to see Omaha for rolls back in the driving seat. I'm just interested in this question from the Booners. Is there a maximum blind level? So right now, this is level 43, blinds 450-900. The maximum blind level is level 84, where the blinds go to 350 million, 700 million. So I think it's fair to say that the maximum blind level would force this to... I think several levels below the maximum blind level would force this to its conclusion. That deuce. That pesky deuce.
Yeah, a blocky lead on the turn from Lipe. Really not wanting Omaha for rolls to just bluff air on that turn and sort of set the price with that straight draw. And sometimes you're going to be good with king high. But instead, Laszlo just takes it down and now creates a chip lead of, about 1.6 to 1.
Yeah. No, Spraggy is not still in, but I can confirm that Stumped has 40 big blinds. Pair of 8s, and still with the advantage. Omaha for rolls.
Nice.
However, that is a consequential, Barry, That ace on the river will give Felipe the best hand.
Yeah, and sort of random
PokerStars
floats.
Espanol has just arrived. Those of you watching on Twitch will see that we have a viewer dump. 444 Spanish people are being landed
Let's go.
on our Twitch channel right now. Hola. Buenas noches. I didn't study Spanish. The Germans were here, then I'd stand a chance.
All coming up Laszlo right now. Frustratingly so. Lipe now with this deficit and thinking about maybe doing something goofy with this 6-7. It's not going to work. And this has got to be one of the worst hands I think we'll ever see a check raise on a board like this. But, you know, that interaction with the 8 and sometimes the 3 is certainly part of why we see this bluffy check raise from Lipe. You know, if the turn is a 9 or a 5, even a 4, you have picked up some equity to maybe keep storytelling. You're really just hoping to get a fold on the flop from the other air hands that Omaha might have. So when that doesn't work, I think when you don't turn more equity, you're prepared to just kind of give up. It's not really a believable story that the ace has somehow improved your hand or that you're comfortable value betting, you know, with whatever you're pretending to have for value here, which could be like a king. And look at that, 90 million to 57.
Ooh.
Jeez,
Yeah,
everything
still
going Laszlo's way.
Very much going the way of Omaha for rolls right now. Maybe this is a result of Joe's cranking. Remember, the cooler machine does not favor one player over the other. It just ensures that we get hands that push things towards a conclusion, means we get collisions, big pots, big chip swings. It's not a perfect science. It's by no means a perfect bit of kit. It's not been maintained. It's not been serviced in a very long time. And I doubt Joe treats it very well. I'm sure it incurs a lot of damage every time he cranks it.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about him oiling that thing in years. Overbet from Lipe, just fighting tooth and nail and getting the best hand to fold. So still you can see the tricks up the sleeve. I mean, we're playing so deep here. I wouldn't really let these chip differences fool you. Lipe, very much a huge chance to win this event. Especially
Pair of
with
sixes
this deep
and a
stack.
straight draw. Okay, well, no draw gets there. Pair of sixes still good on what is a straighty flushy board.
Yeah, and Omaha finding himself with sort of the bottom of his range is going to go for that bluff on the river of half pot.
Tough to call here with just a 6.
Yeah, but breaking down the action, what is the story Omaha for rolls is telling here? Is this believable? Is this a queen? Has the action so far dictated that he would have a bunch of heart combos? Is this a jack looking for value?
Oh!
I don't believe you. There she goes.
Hero call. So 2 players remain at this final table, but we're going to add a third commentator to the mix. As advertised, as promised, 3-time scoop winner, Fintan Hand, easy with aces himself. Fintan, how are you, sir?
Not too bad, James. Thank you very much for letting me come in here at the... Well, I say final moments. I better be careful. This could go on for quite some time. But as it heads up, the Glory Hunter, I get to just call the winner. Beautiful stuff.
Fintan, how has Scoop 2023 been for you? I know, obviously, this kind of breaks the cycle. It breaks the trend that you'd set of winning a Scoop trophy every single year. But overall, financially, has it been a good or a bad series?
I was about break even until the final Sunday and then didn't do too well. But it wasn't too bad, wasn't too good. I'd say it was a little bit meh. But unfortunately, you cannot win a title every year, and hopefully I won't have to go through WCOOP again as well without winning a title. But it is what it is. I don't like it. I would have loved to have a title every year of the 20s, but I'm not too bad of a loser.
Now, I don't want to do some on-air engineering, but you've got some weird setting on your microphone where it's doing some kind of auto gain thing, where it's boosting you if you get too quiet and then lowering you if you get too loud. So I don't know if there's something you can just like set where it's just normal. He's clicking some buttons.
Is it
Meanwhile, look at this shove. Look at this shove from Laszlo.
Wow. Oh no, we were distracted. Look at this. This is psycho. 3x
and gets the
pot
fold.
for the win.
Gets the fold.
What a boss.
Am I any better? I turned off all the auto settings that were on.
I think that sounds lovely. You sound
That's lovely, yeah.
very warm. Late night radio.
Perfect. Do you know what? Your radio voice is one of my favorite voices that you do. So if you want to break that out right now, that would be lovely. I'm watching a beautiful sunset in Dublin. If you start breaking out the late night radio voice, it would just be a fantastic way to end Scoop.
Are you on the late night? You don't want the you don't want the high-end commercial radio. You don't want the another hour of cool classics and hot hits coming your way. Plus, you've got the topical quiz at the top of the hour. You want to be relaxed, okay? So
you know, like it's like a 2 a.m. drive home, and you turn on a radio station you've never listened to before, and there's just a beautiful Englishman bringing you all the way home. Yeah. That's the voice I want.
It's the final day of Scoop. Just 2 players remaining at this final table. And what better way to relax than Simply Red? This is
which voice would you have been more in your radio days?
I didn't do late night radio. I was more of the I was more of the high energy.
You were main time. Yeah. Prime time. Sorry.
I did kind of I did early evening or early morning were my kind of like stints. So
big value for Omaha for rolls there, creeping towards a 2-1 chip lead.
Ooh. I mean, they are playing so fast. And 10's still good on this 6-5 deuce flop.
And probably thinking about mixing in some check raises here with this 9-8. Might be easier to play across the streets. You know, you check call on the turns a king of spades and your opponent bets pot. What are you supposed to do? So Lipe wants to take control.
It's every chance that Elmo for rolls is going to put more chips in, I would guess.
Yeah.
Big boy pots.
Put your big boy trousers on. Gonna get a bit of strawberry jam on the table, is right?
This is heartbreaking when you've got 9-8 and you've this many chips have
just
gone in.
could have called. Oh my god!
Oh
my goodness!
Makes the call and nails it. Drills the straight on the turn. Nice life.
I wouldn't be shocked to see Omar Feroz just shoving on this turn. Yeah, drawing
Does.
dead.
Well, that changes the dynamic.
Not like
Now, more than 100 million chips. And again, Griffin, keep me honest here. This is the first time anyone's crossed the 100 million barrier, right?
You bet. We are now officially in 8-figure territory.
Wow. So we have got a 2-to-1, better than 2-to-1 chip advantage for Felipe Boyanovsky. And yes, Glassy Stump still has 40 big blinds.
I heard Sam earlier on talking a lot about timing tells. And like I'm not someone who would rely on them, really go off them. But these two players, I wonder if it gives off anything that they're acting so quick, because naturally there will be moments when they need to take their time to make a decision. Like it might not be that they take 30, 40 seconds, but they're just acting so quick. I don't think I've ever seen players acting so quick with so much money on the line. Until now, with a legit decision, I guess.
I mean, again, Fintan, one of the other things that Sam said is that these are the stakes that Laszlo Butash plays for all the time. $1 million.
True.
Often has that on the table in a cash game.
True.
And again, that is not to say that the money doesn't mean something. It's not to say that, oh, I play for these stakes every day, I don't care. Of course he cares. It's still an obscene amount of cash. And of course, these guys do care about being champions. They care about being winners. They care about having that Scoop main event trophy.
I saw Benjamin Sprague dancing all over a bed when he won a $5 W Coup. It can sometimes be the glory is worth more than the money.
There's still an asterisk against that win, right?
I personally don't actually think it should count, and his second W Coup that he won was a turbo. So $5 and a turbo, he's not really ever won one in my mind. So $5, Griff? He's a professional poker player. That's like a professional basketball player going down his local court and throwing all the hoops down. I'm like, oh, I'm a champion. No, you're not, man.
I mean, yeah.
Listen, Spraggy had an absolutely fantastic series. He's been killing it. I need to just punch up. I need to fire some shots at someone who's doing so well at the moment.
Yeah. So
he proudly has that trophy he won for that $5.50 buy-in, which
imagine
looks
calling
like
yourself a world champion when you won a $5 like world champion.
It looks like a cutout from a stick of rock. It's like it's not a proper trophy. I'm just going to say that.
To the people who won $5, $11 tournaments who are not Benjamin Sprague, your achievement is fantastic, and I'm not trying to take anything away from it. Just don't call yourself professional.
Queen High still ahead here.
Did you ever win a Coupe title in your battling days, Griff?
The winner gets a physical trophy.
No, I didn't. Not a Coupe champion, fortunately.
An Irish Open champion, though, as you reminded me many times when we last worked.
I mean, back in my day, they were like way harder to win, in my memory. So, like, yeah, that's probably has a lot to do with it. Oh, nice. Was that an ace high call in there? A queen high call in the river?
Yeah, and Boyanovsky really opening up the margin now, and
let us go.
It's interesting to see Omar Feroz beginning to limp already. You see it a lot around the 20 big blind mark, heads up, but Omar Feroz starting a little bit earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly getting to the stack depth where it's not going to take a whole lot. We're not looking at two big hands clashing. Like.
And if there's one thing we've seen
2 sevens
in the last couple of days, and in many of the high roller events we've covered featuring Omaha for rolls, this is not a player who is scared to gamble.
It's so relentless. Always fighting for every single pot. That's what I find. Even though I've been lucky enough over the years to have some success and ran really well at high stakes, every time you play a pot and it's like 6 big blinds, you feel like you're fighting for your life against these guys, and you can't really catch your breath. And then you might win that pot, and then the very next pot they just go again. It's such a higher level. It's incredible.
I mean, just there, Omaha for rolls, bluffing on the turn, finding the 8 on the river, finding a value bet. I mean, even when, you know, they are bluffing, sometimes they're just going to get there and know how to value it so correctly.
It's definitely, I was watching it on the sidelines, it's definitely been a heads-up battle worthy of a world champion.
Mm-hmm. Let's go.
I would not imagine.
Going to be a bit too strong. Yeah, I think Lipe is going to continue in the form of a call. The dog. Woof woof. K9.
It's all starting to go wrong for Omar Farolles. Does connect a little bit, but it's going to be very, very hard to find a world where he wins this pot.
Yeah.
Oh, poor old Omaha.
It's kind of interesting spot. Obviously has flopped the pair after re-raising pre-flop, but this is a grim board. Not that you see too many pairs being folded heads up.
Grim. I like that.
And worth highlighting that we've got a stack to pot ratio of 1 now.
My guess is that Lipe continues to bet for about 30%, looking to shove river.
Okay.
Oh.
Might see all-ins.
I mean, this will be really interesting. Omaha for rolls, I could see maybe a limp shove. Maybe an open shove. No, that's a bit too much. 23-ish bigs. Would just so much look like
Omaha
this.
for rolls, I would be shoving pocket trays for
I would be
23
shoving.
bigs. I don't want to see any flops. I'll be putting all those chips in. I'm not getting outplayed when I've got a pair of 23 big blinds deep.
Yeah. And you can see the discipline from Lipe with the ace-3 suited check here. Would be so easy to just shove it in there and expect a ton of folds. And then the times you do get called, we've talked a lot about how these wheel suited aces, you know, they're a nice little backup in the case of being trapped.
It's kind of interesting.
So,
Omaha for rolls did take a little moment pre-flop. Did have a borderline hand.
Which feels like a callback.
The only thing I would say,
reflection on the timing tells too, right?
Potentially, but
like
my
like
guess
a real
is
decision.
Omaha for rolls probably does it when he has some legit hands too, at times, as we get to the stack depth.
Oh, so many roses this evening.
It's like The Bachelor.
Lipe attempting to buy the pot with his very good blackjack hand and not very good hold'em hand.
Oh, nearly missed it. Ace, Jack versus Queen 6.
Interesting to see if Lipe just shoves or re-raises. Guessing Ace, Jack will re-raise.
I think it's going to be a 3-bet. It's like just a bit too strong. Yeah. Of course, the dynamics of, change once we get heads up with this big chip lead. We do see hands like Ace, Jack, Ace, Queen. shoving at the stack depth a lot in certain situations with ICM to consider. But man, his ace jack suit is strong. Yeah, exactly.
So a reminder that Felipe Boinovsky is playing for his second Scoop title, having won a trophy back in 2017. Laszlo Butash looking to win his 5th Scoop title tonight. Both are former champions. Obviously, neither has won the main event before. So glad that there's less than a minute to go until these blinds go up. Not because of the divisibility factor, but purely because this blind level, why? Why?
Why do you exist? Queen high, opportunity call. Do it, you boss.
This would be an incredible call.
Yeah.
The fact they're even thinking about it, oh my god, they're so naughty. They're just bold.
No,
They're
there's another
bold.
way there's another way you can win it, Fintan. We should have seen it coming.
So yes, here we go. Blinds are now 500,000 and $1 million. So we can clearly see we are playing 30 bigs effective in this heads-up battle. Laszlo Butash at a significant disadvantage right now, but has just flopped top pair.
And King 5 for 25% pot. I think you're going to see a continue from Lipe. And a little more equity.
Yeah, pair of 5s now on the turn.
My guess is with ace-6, we threaten to play for it all on this turn. I don't think we can fold if we've got King 5 either. It's one of those boards that's going to be close to auto c-bet heads up. Picks up a lot of good shots on the turn. Any 4, any 6, 8, 9, etc.
Oh, it gets pressed again.
River.
Yeah, makes it less likely Omaha for rolls has that ace.
And with the King 5, look, I'm no heads up expert, but I think this is a pretty good hand to be calling on the river versus an all-in.
Yeah, it's tough. I know the relative hand strength isn't necessarily super strong, but if you just think about the kind of hands that Omaha for rolls is going to have, what he's repping, he would never be shoving a 7 here. So it's just really, really strong hands. An ace, 6-4, 4 deuce. So that's why we see the hero call from Lipe, and this is back to a serious battle now.
Wow. So basically, Omaha for rolls was on the ropes and is now back in contention, now playing 57 bigs effective. There was a question from Fatatis Britus. Can anyone tell me the place that Danny left? Assuming you're referring to Danny C 19941893. They departed in 7th place. The reigning champion, Welcome Inferno, last year's main event winner, bowed out in 6th place.
I actually think that hand with the a6 versus the King 5 is a pretty big cooler. I know some people probably think, oh my god, he's after calling with just a 5, but when you get such a good hand to call heads up against a player so capable, I think maybe it's not as bad as getting aces versus like 10s or something heads up, but I don't think it's far off. Okay. But maybe I'm wrong, Griff. Maybe I'm real wrong.
No, I think the way that you've broken it down makes a lot of sense. I think it's just hard to wrap your head around, maybe as a viewer, just because your idea of a cooler isn't something of that nature. But at this advanced level, when the kind of situations where it's just such a polarized spot and there's such a tight value range of shoving there for Laszlo, I think it's what you're saying is reasonable.
Yeah, I think it's like you're running good if you don't get aces versus king or kings versus aces early on in this tournament, right? It's the same kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
With us obviously now playing deeper than we were a few hands ago, again, pretty deep stack poker, the potential for this to go the distance. I need to check, Fintan, do you have any commitments later this evening? Are you having any body hair removed? Are you playing any sports with other poker players?
I've got
or
no
are you
invites.
in this for the long haul?
I'm here until the end of the tournament. I got asked, did I want to be glory hunting? Did I want to get in there to... Look, I've done this many times before. I commentated on the PokerStars Players Championship for about 20 minutes in the first one, and I was there as James Hardigan called the winner. This is my first commentary gig of Scoop 2023, and I'm going to be here as we call the winner. I love this. I don't know why I've been picked as the man who doesn't need to do a lot, but he gets to be there for the glory moments that will go viral. Like, I'm not in here putting in a long graft. I'm not grinding. I'm just getting called in. I'm getting rolled in, and I'm just like, oh, here's the winner. I love it. So yes,
Glory
I'll
Hand
be here.
is your new nickname.
Glory Hand. Yeah, I don't know why I've been so honored to be given the role, but I really do
Glory
love it.
Hand. James really liked that one.
I didn't know where you were going when you said glory, and then you went with hands. Like, thankfully.
When it's Griffin Bender opening his mouth and he goes in that direction, you do worry. You do panic for a good couple of seconds.
Oh man. Stapleton would have definitely referred to it as coming in to do the hand job, and that would have been it, 100%. But I won't. Look. This is why I'm not. I need to stop talking, or I'm not. I usually do not crack jokes like this, and this is why I get called in for the business end. I'm usually nice PG-13. I just big up James. I'm delighted to be there. I'm just happy to be here. I smile. I don't make any risky jokes. I'm stepping over some lines here.
Deuce on the river. Ace high still the best hand.
Lipe, but at some stage, Omaha always finds a way to say, no, wait a minute. My pot. My pot. 4.25 million. My pot. Full pot. I would like to bet the maximum amount I'm allowed to bet in Omaha. Pot. She's hitting the pot button.
Well, back to a 2-to-1 chip advantage.
Pot. I would like to wager pot.
Queen 10 suited versus the Grafton.
Damn, look at them dishing out these pretty hands.
I don't know the story. Could I be told? Why is it the Grafton? Did he win something big? Did he have a blow-up moment?
No. This is because Sam has always been an advocate of 10-9 suited. It's a hand that he absolutely believes you must play. Ideally 3-bet with it, but at least call with it.
Okay. That's a lot nicer than the spraggy that I hear all the time.
Yeah.
Basically, you know how it works, Fintan. We pay respect to Sam and we troll Spraggy. That's how it works around these parts.
Sam is one of the greatest players to ever live, and Spraggy won a $5 W Cube, so I think it's...
I convinced Spraggy yesterday that there aren't many poker players that have hands named after them, and he should be honoured. I'm not sure he necessarily believed me, but...
So, a very big bet here on the turn from
Interesting, though, because it's not
and
that
the Queen
big.
High call, and now...
Okay, we might need to do some three-way synchronicity here.
We don't see a chop pot here, I'm calling it.
Ooh.
Someone's going to have the cojones to win this pot.
Yeah, I mean, Lipe might just bet, and then also Omaha for Rolls might be like, I'm not chopping this pot with your air. Screw you, dude.
I think it's really tough to pull the trigger. No, that's not working.
This is getting cold.
This might be getting shoved. If anyone's going to find a trigger here, maybe they can't. Maybe they can't.
I'll be your Huckleberry.
Just in case.
Come on, Laszlo, let's get on with it. We're ready to go. The jingle is primed. This is a chop pot, and you know what they say?
Everyone
loves
a
a
chop
chop
pot.
Oh, Joe with the cameo. Oh, Fintan, you're...
Yeah, not great. Not great.
I'm afraid the objective summary that I had from the control room is Fintan ruined that.
Oh no, I really, do you know what, when we were in Ireland and I sat there and, you know, James held my hand and squeezed it really hard when I had to start singing, and it was so good, and I was like, James, when I'm online, I'm going to pretend you're squeezing my hand, and then it's going to work perfectly. And let me tell you right now, I just blacked out. I went into a spiral. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know who I was. And it was the worst rendition of the jingle that I've ever done. And I know after making a risque joke and ruining the jingle, I'm never getting called back for the glory moments again. I don't know what I've turned. Griffin looks like he's on day 4 of a rollover, having been to Tomorrowland yet again.
I just don't want anyone to see my tears. That was could have been something special.
To be fair, Joe's made a very good point. It is never one person's fault unless Maria is involved, in which case it's always her fault. Flush on the river for Laszlo.
You told me that when I have to just go with the timing, but then when it sounds bad in the ear, you have to commit, and I just kind of mumbled it. I just was like, "Oh, this is my fault."
You owned it though, Fintan. I'll give you that. Can you actually see the screen right now, Griffin? Can you actually make out what the suits are?
What? What are you saying?
Sort of suited.
Yeah, I can.
Artisanal.
I thought he was going to ask me, could I see the screen? Because I was calling the action so bad, and I was like, I can't take it if he says that to me.
So every now and then, Griffin likes to reference the commentator home game that we played a couple of years ago, where we had forfeits. And I distinctly remember Nick Walsh getting a forfeit where he had to play with these kaleidoscope glasses on, where it just utterly distorted everything, which had the desired effect in the sense that he couldn't make out what his hand was or what was going on, but it also made him feel really nauseous, and he almost threw up on stream.
That's great.
Oh dear.
Oh my days.
I won't hold it against anyone that I didn't get invited to the commentator home game. It was my invite must have got lost in the post when I definitely fit in the criteria.
Sorry, Fintan.
Yeah, why weren't you invited?
You get to play all the cool games with all the other team pros and all that kind of fun stuff. Yeah, stream a showdown as well.
Is there like a producer that you wronged in some way? I think you should worry about this and maybe stay up a little bit at night.
Chris is very mad at my attempts to do the jingle.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Joe Stapleton has a word of advice for you, Fintan. If you want to be invited to the commentator home game, try showing up to commentate at 6 a.m. like the rest of us.
Ooh, I'm a glory hunter. I'm not here for the 6 a.m., Joe. I'm here for the 11 p.m.
He's such a night owl. Top pair Felipe.
Yeah, and obviously Omaha for rolls clawing back, but still at the chip disadvantage right now. But considering Laszlo was down to around 20 bigs at one point, this is a decent comeback.
Ooh, that flop. Looks like we're going to see lots of bets going into me.
That flop's is juice. That's the kind of flop Omaha for rolls is going to find a lot of bets.
Luckily, we do have one of the best poker minds in the world watching right now. 072 Jeffrey 072, who says Omaha plays bad. Terrible.
Wow. Yeah, maybe.
I mean, if Jeffrey has spoken, Someone send Oma a message. Let him know.
I mean, 6.2 million in live earnings, online results hidden. People who tend to hide their online results are doing it for a reason.
James.
Jeffrey, please share your stats with us.
A hardcore call out there.
Oma for rolls with 500.
You have a lot of power. There's like 5,000 people watching, you know? Like, just, my God. Zeus over here just like smiting this dude. Oh, wow. Pot from Lipe. Well, from
And
Omaha
look,
Rolls.
I have seen Felipe make some really, really good calls. And even though this is a straighty, flushy, ace-high board, he could find a call here, and that will change the momentum again.
Lipe. Oh, you're going to bet Pot? I don't think so. Right? Come on! Click that call button, baby. I believe in you. I've always believed in you. When everyone else thought you couldn't do it, Lipe, I thought you could. Make the call, brother.
It's such a tough spot, but
There it is.
Lipe.
And now,
Lipe of
Laszlo
faith.
Butash has dropped below the 30 big blind mark. Does have an open-ended straight draw on this flop, but king high is still the best hand right now.
The Brazilian monster says Rog1 Ven on Twitch. Hard to argue.
That is a good point, Optimus Clang. For many years, we thought WWJD meant what would Jesus do? In poker, it's what would Jeffrey do? Next time you find yourself in a difficult spot, Fintan, I want you to ask that question. What would Jeffrey do?
This is some hardcore, like, you can't sit with us stuff going on for poor Jeffrey. I mean, I'm just... No.
I've just
gonna
been
watch
sent a
this
picture of Nick wearing those glasses that you mentioned.
Oh, yeah.
It made him so sick.
Oh, that's funny.
You can visit. Guys, I'm not feeling too good right now, guys.
Yeah, you can imagine it, yeah. I would say it would also be a very smart way to hide a hangover if you were already feeling sick. You put those on, be like, oh, guys, I don't know what's going on. These glasses are tough. I might puke. King high is still going to be good here. And I think this might be another 11 million for Lipe unless Omaha for lulz finds a bet.
It's gonna be tough to rep a whole lot after checking the turn. I mean, I guess can still have some straights.
Oh my gosh, what an obnoxious bet. That might get king high to fold. Now, what do you think this is designed to do, Fintan? Because you're just going to get snapped by a 3, 4, 5, or 6.
I think Oma for rolls is just dialed in and knows. Wow.
What?
Wow.
they're just so naughty. I just have to keep saying.
They are just. They're both sick. Like they're like
relentless.
I know we throw around that word, but they're like they've come down with something, and they should get it checked out.
The weird thing is, we have seen Laszlo come back from this deficit. We've seen him come back to 65, close to 70 million chips. But I don't know. I kind of feel I'm going to jinx
it's
it,
tough
but
to
I
keep
kind of feel
turning
he's on
away the deficit.
Yeah. I mean, it's now we're now talking like 16 bigs. This is proper danger zone.
Danger zone. I'm just excited that I'm gonna be here for the end of it. I mean, I've been here every day with you guys, James, 3 days in a row, and to be able to watch it all the way to the final hand, that's great. I'm really excited about seeing that.
I hate to break this to you, Griffin, but there is a break coming up after this hand, and that is the break where you're due to leave us.
Wait, what do you mean?
2.5 hours, buddy. Your time's up.
They called in the 18, Griff.
You started putting overtime on your invoices, so I was under strict instructions. The moment you hit that break and Griffin's done his 2.5 allotted hours, he's done. Can't afford him anymore.
Am I getting glory-handed right now? This guy just showed up.
You're getting glory-handed. There is no guarantee that this is going to be done anytime soon, by the way. We've seen Omaha for Rolls come back before. He may come back again, but right now he is on the ropes. 16 million, that's 16 big blinds. It is Felipe Bojanovski, Lipe Piv from Brazil, who leads with 130 million chips. Back to the final table of the high buy-in main event after this short break. And yes, clarification that both the low and the medium have concluded already. Fintan, we caught up about your scoop. What are your plans for the summer months? Are you going anywhere? Are you playing more online? What do you got going on?
I am going over to France, and I'm going to be staying in Biarritz for 5-6 weeks, and I'm going to go play at a casino there and make some content around Europe and go to a few different casinos is the plan. I'm going to start trying to play some more live poker. I'm going to be traveling to some UK IPTs as well towards the end of the summer. Going to definitely make it. We're getting up to September then, but definitely going to make it to Brighton and a couple of others. So I'm very excited for that. I haven't played too much live poker since before lockdown, but when I played the Irish Open, it gave me a little bit of the bug, and I'm just looking forward to it. I know it's the thing that's always said, and I heard you talking about it, that like the Irish Open is quite special in terms of how social it is, but it really did give me an appetite to get back out there. The community event that I was lucky enough for PokerStars to host for me was just so much fun. So I want to go and meet more people who watch the streams all the time, and the only way I'm going to do that is going to the event. So that is the plan. Hopefully it'll be fun.
Nice.
That sounds like a good summer. Griffin, we were talking about this yesterday. You're probably just going to arrive in Vegas in time for the main event, right? You're not doing the whole World Series. You're not going to be there for like the 6.5, 7 weeks.
No, I'll be there for the main event, maybe an event or two beforehand, and that's usually what I can stomach out there in that heat. But I'm excited to play the main. I mean, I've had success.
Have you ever had a run in the main, Griff?
A couple runs. I don't think around the Rio. I haven't been at the new venue yet, though. So,
Yeah, got to achieve success there. So yes, Griffin, your time is coming to an end. Thank you so much for being part of our 3 weeks of Scoop Cards Up live coverage. Have you enjoyed it? What's been the standout moment for you?
The standout moment. I mean, I've really enjoyed the last few days. The main event is such a special event, especially with Scoop, it being a 10K. It really brings out the best and the brightest, and we see some incredible play from faces, names, I guess, that we know and some that we don't know. And I'm just excited to, I guess, see how it ends by myself alone in this office.
Thank you for warming the seat for me, Griff. I appreciate that.
Anytime.
We've got to make way for Mr. Stapleton to come back, because I think he's done with cranking it now. I think he achieved the desired result. We had a fair few coolers. We've now got to a situation where this could get to a conclusion. But again, I'm going to say, do not discount Omaha for Rolls. Let's just talk very briefly before we go from break about the two players we have here. Laszlo Butash, we've spoken a lot about him, a high roller regular, an Omaha specialist, playing from Hungary. 6.2 in live earnings, 4 Scoop titles to his name. And then we have the Brazilian player, Felipe Bojanovski, who has 610K in live earnings, but 2.8 million in total PokerStars earnings, and is known to have coached some of the other Brazilian players, people like Yuri, the Nerd Guy Martins, and has a Scoop title from 2017, so has been achieving success in online MTTs for a number of years now. And I think it's fair to say that both these guys have impressed this evening. And if either were to win, it would be the right result for a 10K main event. But we can't ignore the fact that if you were a betting person, and many people watching this stream will be, your money would be the guy with all the chips right now, who is Boyanovsky. Griffin, thank you very much for being part of our streams. I guess we might see you in Vegas this summer. If I don't, EPT Barcelona, end of the summer. We'll be back. We'll get the band together.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Griffin.
Okay, now I can do this.
And you can go and play hockey with Sam Chartier. Go on.
Yeah, it's a plan.
So we lose a Griffin. We gain a Joe Stapleton. Hello, Joseph.
We're down to 2?
Yep, we are. Heads up. And you may notice that one of the players, heads up, does not have that many chips.
Boy, I was just sorry there was so much cranking went on during that level. Whole out of shape.
Fintan is speaking, but I can't hear him. Joe, can you hear Fintan? Joe, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I cannot hear Fintan. Sorry. Fintan is moving. Maybe he can just do commentary with facial expressions for the rest of the... There it is. That's good for the YouTube channel.
Absolutely. That's the thumbnail.
Let's try it now, Fintan, though. See if you can say something. I think they might have fixed it. They did not fix it. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
I didn't mean to stitch you up there.
No?
Oh, now we can.
There he is. Whew.
Oh, hello. All I was saying
is, commentary.
Isn't it crazy that you can sit at home for a couple of days and win $1 million? I feel like sometimes it gets lost how crazy that is.
It is absolutely bat guano. Pair of 3s. Is that any good? Nope. It's a pair of 7s.
Probably a hand that isn't going to be able to fold. Oh, there's 4 to a flush. There we go. That's why we get paid the big bucks.
That's why I went like this. I had to count the diamonds.
By the way, Griffin Benja was spotted near Fintan's audio cable with some wire cutters.
He's not too happy about it. And do you know what?
The glory snip.
I don't blame him. The glory snip.
Oh!
This is going to be all in.
Really?
One way or another. Ooh.
Okay, well, Ace-10 just limps on the button. Laszlo Butash raises from the big blind with King-9 suited.
Right.
There is the shove, and there is the call. You're right, Fintan, it is all in. And it's ace and a 9. 2 pair, and it is over. That is the winning moment. We have our Scoop main event champion, and it's another Spring Championship of Online Poker title for the nation of Brazil, as Felipe Boyanovsky takes down the 10K Scoop main event and wins more than $1 million. Omaha for rolls. Laszlo Butash gets second place prize money of $768,000. Well, we said it could go the distance, but we knew with that chip deficit there was a chance it wasn't going to take long, and I guess it was the latter option. And Fintan, you got your wish. You got what you wanted. You got to be there for the moment that a player won $1 million and the Scoop main event trophy. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I don't want to make it all about me, but you know, it was pretty cool, and I think things sped up when I got here, so I'd like to take a little bit of credit. But thank you very much for having me, lads. I really enjoyed it.
That's because my bearded friend was doing some cranking. Joe, I mean, you sat through most of that heads-up battle. I think it's fair to say that it was a clash of 2 very accomplished, very good players. There were some phenomenal hands played heads-up.
Not to take away from the happiness and the joy of the situation, but it is kind of sad that poker generally only has one winner. Both these players are phenomenal. Laszlo Butash obviously is just a perennial crusher, and it's, you know, obviously sad. I don't know if it's sad for him, somewhat disappointing, I'm sure, that there has to be one player ends up victorious. I will say again, not to be a Debbie Downer, but Lipe Piv was in this for 3 bullets, so really it's only $1,006,000 profit and not $1,036,000 profit. I don't mean to be that guy, but you know, 3 bullets.
I think he'll get over it.
The key thing to say is that Scoop 2023 has now come to a close, and we will put a bow on it when we record the next episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast. One thing I do want to say, and this is not me just shouting out a previous episode of the show for you to download or stream, is very recently, before Joe and I went to Monte Carlo, we did catch up with Steve Claricoats, our head of poker operations, who is one of the masterminds behind Scoop, and we talked about the science, the work that goes into designing one of these series. The key thing to say is a lot of hard work goes in, and Steve and the team have worked incredibly hard over the course of the last 3 and a bit weeks. So shout out to Steve, check out his episode of the podcast, and thanks to the entire team who facilitated and executed a phenomenal series, and thank you to everyone who played in Scoop. We very much enjoyed watching some of the selected final tables, some of the selected tournaments from this month of online poker. That wraps up the series. We'd like to thank you for watching. Thanks to the entire production team for putting these streams together. We will see you very soon. Make sure you listen to the podcast. But for now, from everyone who's brought you live action from Scoop, including Griffin Benger, Sam Grafton, Fintan Hand, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from the PokerStars Arena.